Good morning. Yes, Mr. Harris.
Right, can I just note appearances are as yesterday, other than Emily Clark, is now appearing remotely for the named family members.
Thank you.
There are no other matters by way of housekeeping immediately, Your Honour, so I'll call the first witness.
Very well, thank you.
Call Hayley Carton, please.
Please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat.
Thank you. If you're comfortable, please take the mask off. Thank you. And can you commence by giving us your full name, please?
Hayley Veronica Carpin.
Thank you. Ms. Carpin, you're a registered nurse, is that correct?
I'm a registered nurse.
And you currently act as a nurse practitioner, aged care at Nepean Hospital, is that correct?
I'm endorsed as a nurse practitioner.
Thank you. And when did you attain that endorsement?
2013 is my recollection.
Thank you. For the purpose of this inquest, you've recently prepared a statement, is that right?
I have.
I'm just going to ask if we could have access to Exhibit 3, please, and extract from Exhibit 3 a copy of the nurse's statement. The document that's been shown to you, do you recognise that as a statement that you authored on the 25th of July?
I do.
Are you familiar with the contents?
I am.
And can you confirm those contents are true?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just going to commence with a little bit about your background and qualifications. So you've told us you attained your qualification as a nurse practitioner in 2013. Just briefly, what's the difference between an ordinary nurse, if I can describe it like that, and a nurse practitioner?
So a nurse practitioner is an endorsed registered nurse who practices at an advanced level. So they've undertaken specific education to be able to attain that endorsement. And the endorsement allows them to prescribe medications, to order diagnostic testing, such as blood tests and x-rays, and also to be able to make and to receive referrals. And the nurse practitioner works within a scope of practice. So as opposed to a registered nurse is not endorsed to be able to do the diagnostic testing, the referrals, and the prescribing.
Okay. Thank you. You had previously acted as a registered nurse from, I think, commencing in 1988, is that right?
Correct.
And amongst the roles you've held in your career, have you worked in the field of aged care? Is that since 2016? Correct. And that's when you commenced your role at Nepean Hospital, is that correct?
That's correct.
Since 2016, have you primarily been involved in the virtual aged care service within Nepean Hospital?
Yes, I have.
Do your duties as a nurse practitioner also include duties outside the virtual aged care service, that is with aged care patients that are not being treated through that service?
Yes. I also am part of a cognitive disorders clinic, which I attend once a week.
Thank you. Just in terms of your other roles or activities that you're involved in, you've mentioned in your statement that you're a member of a number of working groups within the local health district. This is at paragraph 12 of your statement. And those include being a member of the Advanced Care Planning and End of Life. It's 2018, is that right? And just in terms of those matters, advanced care planning and end of life, are those matters which you have any particular experience or training in respect of?
No particular training, just experience through my time in the intensive care unit. That's the only experience I've had.
And do you include within that experience the experience you've had during your time at virtual aged care service?
Oh, yes.
Has that included from time to time clients who are at the end of their life?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just going to focus on the virtual aged care service. You've given us a helpful description at paragraph 10 of your statement about this service, which you've been involved in since 2016. Just briefly, I'll ask you to describe the virtual aged care service. First of all, in terms of its membership, are you able to say who is currently, sorry, withdraw that, who as at 2020 was a member of the virtual aged care service? And if you're not able to recall the names, the roles.
No, I know the names of the roles. So we have Dr. Natalie Fox, who's the clinical lead, Dr. Mohammed Kakat, who's the senior hospitalist. We have Christian Christabel, who's a physiotherapist, and in 2000, Deborah Heath as the occupational therapist. We occasionally have access to a speech therapist and a social worker, and of course there's myself. And then Dr. Sharma is the head of geriatrics, who is the clinical, who provides clinical governance.
Thank you. And given the specialties you've identified in that answer, do I take it it's a multidisciplinary team?
Yes, it is.
Is the model of care intended to avoid hospitalisation, firstly, for the patients that come within the virtual aged care service?
So the model of care looks to this three-pronged approach. It's preventing hospital admissions in patients who could otherwise be treated in their home or in a facility to prevent hospital presentation. It's also a service where we try and prevent decrease hospital stay by reviewing patients in their homes once they've been discharged and ensuring that the plans that have been put in place are followed through. And then finally, as a third prong, to facilitate admissions if need be. So patients who do need admissions will try to bypass the triage system of ED and admit them directly to a geriatric ward.
Thank you. And in terms of the way, and this is perhaps focusing at the time prior to the outbreak that we're concerned in at Newmarch House, in terms of the way that the model operated, firstly, was it primarily a referral service? Is that correct?
It is a referral service.
It's a referral service, and do the referrals come from GPs or other practitioners in the community? Is that the way it works?
So referrals are received from multiple sources. GPs, as you've said. Families will sometimes contact us to review someone in their home. We'll get referrals from nursing homes. Whilst we prefer to have a GP referral, at times the nursing homes are unable to contact the GP and they would call us and we would then review the resident. And referrals also come from the emergency department for patients who have presented to the emergency department who may not require admission but require follow-up in their home or in the nursing home.
And I think that was the second aspect of the three parts of the model that you previously described, that is the follow-up after discharge from hospital. Is that right? Yes. In terms of the way it sort of operates on a practical basis, those patients who were referred to the service, and this is focusing your mind at the period prior to the outbreak at Newmarch House, were they reviewed on a regular basis by the virtual aged care service?
So we would receive a referral and depending if it's in someone's home, we would arrange to go and see them at home and follow them up if need be. And the same in the nursing home, we would review them in the nursing home and follow them up if need be.
Okay. Would there be a transfer of care or would they remain patients of the GP or the person who had referred them to you?
Sorry. The GP is the primary carer, and so we respect that if a patient, if the GP needs to be included in the discussions, but often the GPs are not able to be contacted, so we would be contacted directly.
Very well. And again, still focusing on the period prior to the outbreak, did the team, that is the VAX team, did it have meetings to discuss patients within its care?
Yeah. So prior to me joining the virtual aged care team, they were having monthly meetings with nursing homes. These meetings were called aged care provider meetings and were attended by the nursing home representatives, usually the directors of nursing or the care managers, as well as the ambulance service, a GP representative, palliative care, and the VAX team, obviously. And yeah, I recall, I think that's the who were there. So these meetings were meetings where we would discuss any issues that the nursing homes might be facing, and we would also provide updates on the availability of the VAX service, because we often didn't get referrals that we felt we probably could have helped out with. And so we remind them that we're certainly available to them. And each participant would give an update. So the ambulance would give an update on what's happening with the ambulance, and the palliative care nurses would give an update on what's happening in palliative care. And the GPs would also talk to us about what's happening in GP land.
Very well. And so those meetings you say that commenced prior to your commencement in VAX, they were on an approximately monthly basis, and is that correct?
That's correct. They were on a monthly basis and were held at different facilities each month.
Were there also, focusing your mind on the period prior to the outbreak, were there also meetings within the VAX team to discuss patient care?
Yes.
How often did they occur?
They occurred weekly, on a Wednesday.
Okay. And did they discuss all the patients who had been referred to VAX care since the previous week? Is that the way it happened?
Not all. There wasn't time enough to discuss all patients, but certainly discussions were had about patients where there were some concerns.
Okay. Are you able, and tell me if you're not, but are you able to give an estimate as to how many people would have been referred, or on the books, as it were, of VAX, and this is in the period prior to the outbreak? Are we talking low numbers of patients, or dozens and dozens, or hundreds? What's the sort of numbers that you have in mind?
It's variable. I couldn't tell you exactly, but there were, it wasn't hundreds at one time. At one time, each clinician may have 3 or 4 patients that they're following up.
Very well. And in terms of the scope of the geographical area that the VAX team that you were involved in covered, we understand from some of the material there was something like 20 or maybe 23 residential aged care facilities.
Yes.
Is that your recollection?
Yes.
Plus also, of course, those in the community who weren't in such facilities. So is that the catchment that was?
So the catchment goes, I think it goes out to St Mary's down south, down this way, and up to Springwood, out to Silverdale, I think, and then Kemps Creek, and down to Currajong. And so all the nursing homes in that facility, we would follow up, and as well as people in their homes.
Thank you. One of the homes which was within your catchment prior to the outbreak was Newmarch House, is that right?
Correct.
And had you yourself attended at Newmarch House prior to the outbreak?
Yes, I had.
Many times?
Yes.
And were you familiar with some members of staff there?
Yes.
Did you have a good relationship, a working relationship with those members of staff?
Yes, I did.
And in terms of the reasons why you had become involved in Newmarch House prior to the outbreak, was there a particular type of presentation that you would be called on to assist in relation to, or was it varied?
It's varied. It would be patients who had been discharged from hospital, and referrals who had come from referrals from general practitioners, and referrals for wound reviews, and people who have behavioural and psychological symptoms of dementia. We would see them in the nursing home.
What about infectious diseases? Was that anything that, to your recollection, VAC was involved in providing services in relation to prior to the outbreak?
As part of the discussions we were having with the nursing homes after the outbreak, prior to the outbreak, but prior to Newmarch, we were discussing in those meetings we mentioned earlier, we would discuss infection control, we would discuss PPE, we would discuss issues around getting them prepared for an outbreak if it was to happen in their nursing home.
And I'll come to that in a moment. It's something you've mentioned in your statement. But I have in mind there were things such as influenza outbreaks or gastroenteritis outbreaks in nursing homes prior to the one we're concerned in. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And were VACs, to your recollection, ever involved in providing care during those sorts of outbreaks?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And just by way of comparison, we're concerned with an outbreak which in total had 37 infections. That's what the material tells us, perhaps not all at exactly the same time. Was there experience from VAC's point of view in providing support to an outbreak of that scale prior to the Newmarch House outbreak?
No.
Can you bring to mind what the largest outbreak of influenza or another infectious disease was that you've been involved in prior to Newmarch House?
There would be a gastro outbreak where we were asked to provide support mainly around providing fluids for people who were having these outbreaks, not actually going into the nursing home to treat them, but to provide those services should they be needed.
Very well. Excuse me. And the type of outbreak you've just identified, the gastro outbreak, is that somewhat different in terms of its severity and the steps you need to take to the one that we're concerned with at Newmarch House? Would you agree?
Yes. Sorry, just rephrase that question.
I'm asking whether you agree that the gastroenteritis outbreak that you were just describing was different in terms of its severity and size as compared with the Newmarch House COVID outbreak. You'd agree? Somewhat different considerations and indeed care that you were called on to provide. Would that be right?
I'm not sure I understand, sorry.
Well, in terms of numbers, in any event, in terms of the total numbers of patients, was it many less than were involved in the Newmarch House outbreak?
I can't say because the nursing homes manage these outbreaks very often. And so the one I'm talking about particularly, the nursing home managed that. So I don't know in the end how many patients were involved, because we don't get that line listing from them telling us how many there were.
I follow. So in that case, you were called on, is this right, only to provide particular care to particular residents during that outbreak? Is that the case?
Yes. Other residents may have not required any treatment. That's right, yeah.
I follow. Thank you. You mentioned in an earlier answer during the course of the meetings having discussions with nursing homes about infectious disease preparation. You've described this in a couple of parts in your statement, but one is at 22 and following, where you've identified during these monthly meetings as the COVID outbreak commenced in Australia, this is the end of 22, you commenced working with the facilities to develop their COVID-19 outbreak management plans, and those plans were discussed at the meetings. In relation to Newmarch House, can you recall whether such a plan was developed for Newmarch House, or you're not able to recall?
I'm not sure what happened at Newmarch House with regards to their outbreak plan.
Very well. One document you have provided us with is attached to A to your statement. If you wouldn't mind turning that up, please. This is a table. Is this a table that you yourself prepared in relation to the residential care facilities within your geographical area? Is that what it is? And if we look at the second page of Annexure A and the third row from the top, this is the information, certainly current at the date of this document, that you obtained from Newmarch House, is that right?
So I've completed this document and the testing was done with them on that day,
Okay.
as says in that document.
Okay. One of the purposes of this document was to record whether the telehealth equipment had been tested, is that right?
That's correct.
I'll come on to ask you about the telehealth in a moment, but does this document show us that one thing you confirmed was that as of 24th of March, the equipment as between Newmarch House and VAX was tested and found to be working? Is that it? Okay. In terms of the other material, the other information that's contained on this graph, you didn't have information in relation to the amount of, if we look on page 1, the PPE training, the percentage of PPE training, number of iPads, percentage of advanced care directives updated, or the workforce plans in relation to Newmarch House. Is that right?
That's right.
And we have that in relation to some of the other homes, if you look on the 3rd and 4th page of this document. Was it the case that, as at the date of this document, you just hadn't got all that information from Newmarch House, or what was the situation?
Okay. The second page of this document, where it's completed, that was the nursing homes that are up the mountains. So the nurse practitioner who was working up at the mountains was working with these facilities and was able to complete this document, to fill in the document.
I see. All right, very well. And in terms of the focusing on the Newmarch House information, are you able to tell us whether there's a later version of this document saying whether that information was obtained or not?
No.
If not, okay, very well. And this was, in any event, something that was prepared during the course of one of those, or as a result of those monthly meetings with the aged care homes, is that right?
Correct.
And you say that there was some discussion about planning for potential COVID outbreaks during those meetings, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Just in terms of what was intended to be produced, you referred in your statement to a step-up plan. This is a document that describes the service that VAX was going to provide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Very well. What I might do is turn to your role once the outbreak at Newmarch House had commenced. Firstly, I'm going to come to ask you a little later in your evidence about your interactions with Newmarch House and the actions you took in relation to patients there. Okay. But fixing your mind on that period when the outbreak was active between about the 11th of April and the 15th of June, did you have other duties that you were attending apart from your involvement in Newmarch House during that period?
No.
Solely
focusing on Newmarch House.
Okay. So you told me in your earlier evidence that you had some patients in the community that came within VAX care, is that right? And also some in other nursing homes, is that right? So during the period of the outbreak in Newmarch House, were you personally involved in providing any support or care to those other residents or not?
No, during that time, there was a roster set up for the geriatricians, other geriatricians who don't usually work in the VAX team, to follow up patients who required follow-up from nursing homes, and they would take calls with regards to follow-ups in the community as well.
Okay. So does that mean that those other geriatricians who were part of that roster took over the other aspects that the VAX service usually would have provided? Is that right? Okay. All right. Well, I'll come then to your own involvement in Newmarch House. You described some of this in your statement. Commencing first with your attendances at Newmarch House. You've told us at paragraph 29 of your statement that you did attend Newmarch House on 2 or 3 occasions, but you can't recall exactly when. Is that the case?
That's right.
Okay. On the occasions you did attend Newmarch House, I just want to ask you about what you did. So did you review a number of patients on those days, a single patient, or what was your approach?
So the first day that I was there, I was asked by Dr. Sharma to document crisis medications in crisis or anticipatory medications in the positive residents, and that we would update the advanced care plans in Newmarch House. So I'm physically in Newmarch House with Dr. Sharma being at the hospital. What else did I do? I reviewed some patients with Dr. Branley on one day. Yeah, mostly that was what we did, took most of the day.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, there was another day. There was one of the days when I reviewed a non-positive patient, non-COVID positive patient who had a urinary tract infection and spoke to Dr. Sharma and provided treatment for that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to come back over a few points you just referred to in that answer. And I'll also, in the course of the evidence, take you to a particular patient just to see if we can identify some of the dates you refer to, okay? Just commencing with who else was there when you were there. So Dr. Branley was there on one of the occasions you were there. Is that your evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And on that occasion, you, together with Dr. Branley, attended, is it a patient or more than one patient's care? I
seem to recall there were 2 patients we saw on that day.
And they were positive patients, would that be correct?
I think they were positive. Yeah, they would have been positive that day.
Okay. In addition to Dr. Branley, do you recall any other staff from, first of all, VAX being present on the days that you were there?
Yeah, Dr. Kakat was there.
Okay. Are you aware from your own knowledge how often Dr. Kakat was there, or can you not say?
Dr. Kakat was there for the first few weeks, I think, but I couldn't be sure how many days a week he was there. But I know he did attend.
Very well. And is it the case that over the course of the outbreak, there were periods of, or episodes when you were physically at the home, and then later periods when you were not physically at the home?
I was at the home for those first 1 or 2 or 3 occasions. I suspect there were 2 occasions, and then didn't attend after that.
Okay.
At the home.
And again, I'll try and bring you to some documents to see if we can identify those occasions. Any other members of the VAX team that you recall being physically present at the home?
I can't recall.
Okay. And Dr. Branley, you've identified. Do you recall any involvement from anyone associated with hospital in the home, and whether they were physically present at the home when you were there?
Dr. Branley was certainly there. On one occasion, I think the infectious diseases clinical nurse consultant was there as well.
Okay. Is that on one of the occasions when you were there? Is that what you're saying? Okay. Are you aware through the outbreak of what those practitioners within hospital and the home were doing in terms of reviewing patients?
Sorry, can I just get some clarification on that?
So, are you aware? Let me break it down. Was there, to your knowledge, some involvement by hospital and the home in this outbreak?
Yes.
Okay. What's your knowledge about what those practitioners were doing in relation to their attendances at Newmarch House?
I'm not aware of what they were doing at Newmarch House. Whilst I was at the hospital, there were clinicians from the hospital and the home who were seeking to get the observations from the Newmarch House residents as they were having difficulty contacting them. And since I had access to the Newmarch House notes, we were then able to look at the observations together.
Okay, thank you. Was there any discussion between you and hospital and the home practitioners about those patients?
Yes.
Okay. And were there any meetings that you can recall between the VAX team that you were involved in and the hospital and the home team?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay.
Apart from the VAX clinician sitting with me whilst we looked at the notes on the computer together. Understood.
So was there some discussion on a patient-by-patient basis about those notes?
Yes.
Is that that interaction you've just described, where the hospital and the home practitioner is trying to obtain information from Newmarch House. Can you fix that in time when that occurred? Was it throughout the outbreak or only at the beginning or multiple times? You tell
At the
me.
beginning of the outbreak.
Okay.
I had access to Newmarch House notes until about the 24th. And I think it was after that time that we stopped, well, we were unable to get the observations. But the mode of reviewing the residents changed at that time as well. Because Dr. Kirkat was in the facility and he would review them then.
Okay. And as you've said, that's picking up on your earlier answer, during those first, I think you said, few weeks, your understanding was that Dr. Kirkat was at the facility. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you're unable to say how often he was physically there. Is that your evidence?
Not accurately, yes.
Very well. Okay. Also, just thinking in terms of the mode of your interactions with Newmarch House, at the commencement of the outbreak, other than the 2 or possibly 3 times you mentioned when you were physically at the home, what were you doing in terms of your actions in respect of Newmarch House?
So basically, after the couple of times I was there, is that what you're asking? So after that, I was then able to review the residents' notes because I had the access.
Okay.
We started to undertake telehealth with the nursing homes at a later date.
Okay. Right.
Where we reviewed residents.
So during the initial period and prior to telehealth, focusing on that period, one thing that you were doing was reviewing the notes. Is that right?
Yes.
And does that involve you accessing a computer in which you can see the notes that have been recorded by Newmarch Health staff? Is that correct? You've told me already that ceased on or around the 24th of April. Is that correct? Other than reviewing the notes, do you recall making contact with people within Newmarch House, that is carers or nursing staff, during that period of time?
We were trying to make contact. It was difficult. And since we had access to the notes, then we would simply look at the notes to be able to see what was going on.
Very well. And at a point in time, then telehealth commenced. And what happened from that point? What was your engagement like in Newmarch House from that point?
So it was initially had to teach the staff, because the staff had furloughed that we had trained, the new staff coming in were unaware of the platform that we were using to review patients. So we had to show them that and go through that with them.
I'll pause there a moment. When you refer to having trained staff, you told me in an earlier answer that there were those monthly meetings with the aged care facilities, during which, among other things, you tested the telehealth facilities. Is that right? And is that the training you're referring to, relevant to Newmarch House?
Yes.
Okay. However, so once the telehealth started, is this correct? Part of what you had to do was inform the staff who were then present in the home about how to use the equipment?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a platform that we use. It's not that difficult to log on to. So it's getting them used to doing that.
Okay. And when you're talking about telehealth, what was actually being done? Was it a device was used within the home? Is that correct?
Yeah. So the VAX team was sitting at the hospital in front of a computer. The team in the nursing home would take a device into a resident. We would talk to the resident. Dr. Shan would talk to the resident and find out about their symptoms, obtain the observations from the nursing staff at the time, and come up with a plan. The GP, who was in the home at the time, would do the auscultating of the patient and provide findings back to the team.
Okay. In terms of your role in that process, what were you doing?
Madly typing. So in that role, I was a scribe, typing what was being said during those meetings.
Okay. And again, still focusing on this period after the telehealth had commenced, you referred there to a plan being devised.
Yes.
Okay. So who, to your understanding, was making clinical decisions about care of the patient during that period of time?
So it was the geriatrician who was running the telehealth for that day, which often was Dr. Sharma, Dr. Reason, who was the palliative care doctor. She joined the video conferences, and Dr. Kirkat was there on some occasions, not every time, because he was at Newmarch House.
During this episode in care, commencing when the telehealth started, did you understand that hospital in the home were having any input into treatment decisions or not?
When the telehealth was...
Yes.
Dr. Branley had visited the facility, and we would know that from the staff who we were doing the telehealth with. They would say, Dr. Branley's been in this morning, and so that's how we would know that Dr. Branley had been there.
Okay. Do you recall, and I'm asking you for your impression, whether Dr. Branley had any input into treatment decisions during that period of time when there was telehealth?
I think he did.
Okay. What about the period prior to telehealth? So first of all, what's your understanding as to who was making decisions in relation to patients' care during that period of time?
So I think it was Dr. Sharma in consultation with Dr. Branley when she needed to, and Dr. Kirkat as well this is after telehealth. So Dr. Kirkat also making decisions as well.
And that's in the period prior to telehealth, is that right?
Yes.
Yes. I'm going to suggest a date from our review of the records. We can see certainly a video conference occurring on the 24th of April, and then a number of them occurring from 28th of April onwards. Is that consistent with your recollection that possibly about 13 days into the outbreak, telehealth commenced, and then it was towards the end of the month that it started regularly? Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
I want to pick up on, just before I leave the topic of telehealth, part of the process you've described, as I understand it, is that the VAX team are in the room at the hospital. Is that correct? Yes. The person with the iPad or whatever it was is it the resident's room?
Yes.
And there's a doctor or a member of staff also in that room where the residents are. Is that correct?
There was a doctor and a nurse.
Okay.
Yes.
Just thinking broadly, and I appreciate this is an aspect of what VAX, I'll withdraw that. Is this what VAX does ordinarily with some residents in its community, that is telehealth?
Yes.
Was that the case even as at 2020, so prior to the outbreak?
Yes.
Okay. Are there some advantages or disadvantages to telehealth, in particular with an older age group?
Some of the advantages, I think, are to be able to review someone quickly, to obtain a visual of someone to see how they are. Some of the disadvantages are you're not actually there touching and auscultating yourself to make decisions. You're relying on the information that you've been given.
Very well. And that information may include information provided by a doctor at the other end.
Yes.
But you're nonetheless reliant on whatever information is being provided to you through the device. Okay. You picked up. Sorry, I just want to pick up a couple of things that you mentioned in an earlier answer. One of the things you said you were involved in within the home was in relation to advanced care plans, and this was during those days you actually attended at the home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But what did you actually do in relation to advanced care plans?
So my role was to document the discussions that had been had by the geriatricians with families. So the Dr. Sharma and Dr. Fox had contacted families, and since I was in the nursing home, I was able to document in the nursing home notes while they documented in the hospital notes.
Very well. So do I take it that, is this right? When there were such discussions about advanced care plans that Dr. Fox had with the families, you made a note of those discussions? Is that correct?
That's right.
And did you do that on every occasion you had one of those? Sorry, withdraw that. Dr. Fox had one of those discussions?
Sorry, I just didn't hear that.
My fault for a bad question, withdraw it. Did you make a note of every one of those discussions that you were involved in?
Yes.
Very well. So by our review of the notes, we can work out who you were involved in those discussions in respect of. You'd agree?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. Yeah.
And other than, sorry, withdraw that. In terms of your own involvement in those discussions, were you actually participating at all, or were you simply acting as a scribe?
Acting as a scribe.
Okay. And you also told me you had a similar role in the telehealth. You said you were madly writing while those events were occurring. Again, did you have any participation in those discussions? That is, active participation, making suggestions or discussing care?
No.
Okay. So, and again, you were making the notes. Do we find those notes in the hospital, in the Nepean hospital records?
Yes.
Thank you. Another aspect that you described in an earlier answer that you were involved in was prescribing anticipatory crisis medications, correct?
Correct.
That's an aspect of the endorsed role that you have as a nurse practitioner, is that right? And was it only when you were in the home that you were involved in prescribing anticipatory crisis medications? That's physically in the home?
Yes.
Okay. And just talk us through the process in terms of a decision to commence those anticipatory crisis medications. Who made that decision?
Dr. Sharma made those decisions.
Okay. Did you have any input into those decisions? Did you make suggestions or contribute to those decisions?
No.
Nonetheless, we can see in some of the notes, and I'll take you to some of them, you've actually been the person to write out the prescription. When doing so, are you doing that, tell me if this is right, on direction from Dr. Sharma, or is it different?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so the decision is made by her, and you're following it up by actually writing the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct, because I was in the facility.
Understood. And this happened at a relatively early stage in the outbreak, is that right?
Correct.
Was it your recollection that anticipatory crisis medications were charted for all of the COVID positive residents you were involved in?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And can you tell me this? Was there a decision made or a discussion about the need to prescribe those medications for all COVID positive residents? Do you recall that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall there being a discussion in the case of each patient who was going to get those medications or who was going to be prescribed those medications?
No.
Okay. Are you saying you cannot recall those discussions?
No, the discussion I had was I was asked to go and order those medications.
Okay. And was that in respect of an individual patient?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of decisions that were made about patients' care, what was your understanding about the way this model operated? Just focusing on the period prior to the telehealth commencing, okay. During that period, was it ever drawn to your attention that there was a need to escalate a patient's care? Can you bring that to mind?
No, I can't.
Okay. What was your understanding of the way it would have worked if there was a need to escalate care? First of all, was there an expectation from you that you would be contacted by people within the home?
I had been contacted on occasions for various things, but the escalation would be to the doctor who was in the facility. So a nurse who noticed a patient's observations, for instance, may be abnormal would escalate it to the doctor who was in the facility.
Okay. And that understanding, was that based on any discussion that you had with anybody?
No, that would be a registered nurse's usual reaction. If there was a problem, they would escalate it to the doctor.
Is that the way it would usually happen prior to the outbreak?
Yes, because they would escalate it to their GPs usually prior to the outbreak.
Okay. And focusing on that early period in the outbreak and prior to telehealth commencing, what was your understanding, if any, about the role hospital in the home had in relation to patient care during that time?
I don't know what hospital in the home were doing apart from trying to contact Newmarch House and get the observations. I know the model relies on being able to contact a facility or a person to be able to check on them. And when they're unable to contact them, then that makes that model quite difficult to achieve.
Okay, and the model, is that, are you referring there to a model which was in existence prior to the outbreak?
Yes.
So that's the way the VAX model generally had operated prior to the outbreak. Is that what you say?
The VAX or the HIF?
Sorry, HIF.
The HIF, yes.
Thank you. Excuse me. I just want to ask you this. Again, focusing your mind on that period prior to telehealth commencing, imagine a patient, a decision had been made, or sorry, withdraw the word decision. Imagine a patient was requiring treatment in hospital, okay? Who is it that would make a decision about transfer to hospital? Again, focusing on that period prior to telehealth. What's your understanding?
My understanding is that there would be a discussion between Dr. Sharma and perhaps Dr. Branley, and a decision would be made about transfer after discussion with the family, of course.
And what was your understanding as to who was actually making the decision about transfer to hospital during that period?
I think, as mentioned, there were multiple. I think even Dr. Kakat was making some decisions regarding transfer to hospital after discussion with Dr. Sharma.
Okay. Did it change at all after telehealth commenced?
I don't think so. I think Dr. Sharma continued to make decisions around patients being transferred to hospital.
Very well. And was that, to the best of your recollection, was there any discussion with Newmarch House about how a decision to transfer to hospital might be made?
No, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. What I want to do next is just take you to a patient's notes. I'm going to focus on one patient in particular because I hope to be able to pick up some of the dates and the issues that you've mentioned in your evidence already. And that's Leonie Corrigan, a patient who the information shows was notified of the positive result on the 15th of April. What I'm going to do is just show you some of the records from the P in the hospital in relation to Ms. Corrigan, and ask you a few questions about those. Okay, so I might start, if I can, with volume 7. It's tab 13, page 1, please, and I might ask that be displayed on a screen in front of you. It's also on the court screens. I'm just commencing with this page because this is the earliest entry in time. Can you read it adequately on the court screen? Okay. You're going to be provided with a paper copy, but you might find it easier to look on the court screen anyway. Some of the text gets quite small. Do you see here an entry dated 15th of April, timed at 4:25 in the afternoon? It's not your entry, it's by Gillian Hennessy. Who was Ms. Hennessy? Do you recall?
Gillian Hennessy, she's the nurse unit manager of the hospital in the home service.
Thank you. This appears to be, if we can see under the words progress note, look on the screen or on the paper, whichever you prefer. It records that Ms. Corrigan is a patient resident of Newmarch House. Dr. Branley contacted Newmarch House staff, re positive results. Staff made aware of same patient to be admitted into HITH, that's hospital in the home, for daily follow-up. This wasn't your note, but I'm just fixing you in time. That's the date when the positive result comes through. If we just have a look over the page, please. This is page 2 of the same tab. This is the next entry, 16th of April at 11:51. It's, again, not your note. This is by Dr. Jamali, and it describes a number of matters in relation to this patient, including a plan. The plan down the bottom says, as per new protocol for HITH COVID-19 NH residents, await aged care facility to send us up-to-date advanced care planning. Just help us if you can. Are you able to tell us whether there was any involvement from your team at this stage? So this is at the stage where a positive result had been notified, and hospital in the home, through Dr. Jamali, have recorded this information and stated a plan to enrol in hospital in the home.
So I'm not aware if fax was involved yet at this stage.
Okay. But I'll take you hopefully to the first entry from fax. So if you have a look now to page 5, please, in these notes. Confusingly, it begins at the bottom of page 5. There's an entry timed at 4:03 in the afternoon, and it goes on to the top of page 6. And the entry simply says, this is an entry by Catherine Sidney. Do you recall who she was?
She was one of the nurses in hospital in the home.
Thank you. And it records at the top of page 6, patient reviewed by VAX today at nursing home for hospital in the home, call tomorrow. See that entry?
Page 6, did you say so?
That's correct. Yeah, it's on front of you on the screen if you find that easier.
I have Dr. Kakat's note in front of me on the screen.
Can you see at the very top, there's a word progress note. It's the entry that commences the previous page. That's the one I just read you out.
Yes.
And if we now go to the entry by Dr. Kakat, do you see it commences with the words at Newmarch House?
Yes.
It then provides some information in relation to the patient, including at the bottom some observations, and it refers to crisis medications charted. That date, the 17th of April, given the note I'm taking you to, do you think it's likely that this was one of the days when at least Dr. Kakat was at Newmarch House?
Yes.
And it says there crisis meds charted, crisis medication charted. I'm going to show you another document, which is at tab 9, please, page 18. Don't worry about finding it in the paper records. We'll just have it shown to you on the screen, because it's a medication chart which appears to include entries by yourself on the same date. Thank you. That's up on the screen now. Do you recognise entries that you've made dated 17th of March 2020 with your signature?
I do.
These include midazolam at the bottom left. There's also ordine or hydromorphone on that page. Certainly in respect to the midazolam, is that part of what you would understand to be anticipatory crisis medications?
Yes.
And given that this is an entry in the medication chart in handwriting on the 17th of April, do you think this would have been one of the days you were physically at Newmarch House? Thank you. There's no other entry by yourself that day, although I've already taken you to Dr. Kakat's entry. Do you recall if you did anything in relation to this particular patient, other than the charting of medications?
I don't recall.
Okay.
No.
Do I take it, would it be right to say that when you did do things in respect to patients, you made a note of it?
Mostly I do.
Okay. Does that mean from time to time you may have done something, but there's not a note recording that fact?
There may have been.
Okay. I might take you to the notes that we do have. it, I'll just ask you, before I move on, in relation to those anticipatory crisis medications that I've just shown you, you said in an earlier answer that you were prescribing those medications on direction from Dr. Sharma. Did I understand your evidence correctly? Given the circumstances I've just taken you to, where it appears Dr. Kakat is within the home, and you are as well, do you know, and if you don't know, say so, do you know whether Dr. Kakat gave any direction or advice to you about prescribing those medications? Or do you think that Dr. Sharma did?
Dr. Sharma did.
And given she wasn't at the home, have you any recollection as to how that occurred?
It occurred before we left the hospital. Dr. Sharma had spoken to us, and we'd gone to Newmarch House to do the prescribing.
So you say it happened before you went to hospital. Sorry, while you were at the hospital and before you went to the home.
Correct.
Is that correct? So there was discussion in which Dr. Sharma gave you the direction to prescribe crisis medications.
Correct.
Okay. And was that in relation to particular patients or a number of patients or all patients?
It was the COVID positive patients at the time.
Okay. Just to ask you about that, do you remember understanding why those anticipatory crisis medications were to be prescribed for all COVID positive residents?
It's my understanding that there was no treatment for COVID at the time, and care was supportive. And if a patient became distressed at a time when there was no doctor around, this was the reason for having the anticipatory medications already ordered before they're actually clinically needed. So if a resident or a patient needed them, they would already be charted, and so the patient can receive the relief that they need quickly.
Just to understand that answer, just because the medications were charted does not mean they would be used. Is that your understanding?
Correct, yes.
But they would be available to be used as and when a nurse believed it was appropriate. Is that the case?
That's correct.
And the anticipation of using those medications, was that because of what was then known in relation to COVID and the type of support that was to be provided?
So anticipatory medications have been used by registered nurses for a long time, where they use their assessment skills to determine if a resident needs a particular medication. And so it would be no different in this case with Newmarch, with the COVID. The use of anticipatory medications in these patients would be just as clinically indicated as other patients who didn't have COVID, who were possibly at, approaching end of life or in distress.
Tell me if this is right. Are those medications which, to your understanding, are prescribed in patients who are nearing the end of life? Is that the case?
That's correct.
And was that the reason why, to your understanding, they were prescribed in the case of these COVID-19 patients?
I think mostly they were prescribed because of the uncertainty of the way each patient or each person would react to becoming COVID positive. And so if they needed the medications, they were there.
And that uncertainty you describe, do I take it one of the possibilities was that it would be an end-of-life situation?
Yes.
That there was uncertainty as to whether it would go in that direction or not. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Excuse me. one of the reasons you've picked up, you've described in your evidence there for administering these medications will be if the patient's in distress. Have I understood you correctly?
Yes.
Except from me, please, we've had some evidence in relation to one particular patient who received anticipatory crisis medications at a late point in the outbreak in circumstances where she was described to be terminally agitated or in distress. Okay. I just want to ask you this. After the medication is prescribed, is there any information or advice that you provide as a prescriber to the circumstances in which it should be administered?
So when it's prescribed, the indication is documented. So if someone was to be in pain, you would give them an analgesic. If they were nauseous, you'd give them some Maxilon, which is ordered. So the fact that the medications have been ordered doesn't mean that they will be given, but it will be up to the judgment or the assessment by the registered nurse who's attending at the time as to whether the patient needs it or when the patient needs it.
Understood. And in terms of whether the patient needs it, you've said an indication is given. So in the case of midazolam, is the indication, in general terms, agitation?
Agitation, yes.
What I'm hoping to explore with you is the residents, as we know, who died during the outbreak, were placed in isolation for some number of weeks, some of them at least. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And an aspect of that isolation was that they were kept in their rooms and they couldn't move around the facility as some of them had. Do you understand that?
They were all kept in their rooms, yes.
And is it your understanding that in those circumstances they would have had less social or indeed family contact than they had previously?
Less, did you say?
Yes, less.
Yes, less, yes.
And would it be your expectation that people in those circumstances might become quite distressed about their circumstances? Would that be your expectation? In light of that, what I have in mind is, from your perspective as a nurse practitioner, how does one distinguish between a person who is simply getting distressed because of their circumstances in a, can I say, rational way, and somebody who needs medication for that?
I guess you would explore a bit further as to what's causing the agitation and try to address that. If it's simply the fact that they want to see their family, then you may arrange for the family to be seen. If they're unable to express to you why they're agitated, then, you've got to look at the patient as a whole. Could there be something else? Could there be pain? Or could there be something else that's in play? And this is the assessment by the registered nurse at the time as to what medication would need to be given, if any.
Focusing in on those patients in respect of whom anticipatory crisis medications were given during this outbreak, can you recall whether advice to the effect of the answer you've just given was ever communicated to the nurses in Newmarch House or not?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Was it by you? Did you ever have a conversation to that effect about the circumstances in which medication should be given to these patients or not?
No.
I just want to return to Ms. Corrigan's records. I took you to tab 9, page 18, which was the medical records. But the next entry in time we have is the 18th of April. It's back to tab 13 at page 5, please. I'm going to again ask for it to be shown on the screen. It's not a note that you've made. So tab 13, page 5. It is a note timed at 3:30 in the afternoon on the 18th. It's the bottom on this page, the bottom entry on this page.
Yes.
It's an entry by Joanne Hayes. Again, is that somebody from Hospital in the Home?
I don't recall.
Okay. It says, have been in contact with care manager Leanne Hinton in regards to updates on all positive COVID-19 residents. It goes on to say that we, that is well, the hospital, required their observations, status and current conditions, but have so far been unable to obtain information, was informed that the RN from each ward would contact us in regards to their current condition. However, no contact has been made at the time of report. Have also had a call from Public Health to see if we had been able to contact nursing home, as they are having the same sort of issues trying to obtain information. Will attempt to contact Newmarch House again tomorrow. It's not your note, but you told me earlier that there were some problems contacting the home at the early part of the outbreak. Is that right?
There were.
Does this note assist in terms of putting a time on that? So the 18th of April, is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes.
And can you recall, tell me if you can't, but were you yourself making attempts to contact the home during this time?
Yes.
You'd last been to the home the day before, that's the 17th of April. Can you recall what your expectation was about how often you were going to keep in touch with the home in relation to patients then referred to that?
No.
Okay. Was it your expectation that you'd be getting information every day from the home or less frequently? What's your recollection?
I would expect that we were getting information daily.
Okay. And on this day, as we see from that note, there's been an attempt by another nurse to contact the home. It was unsuccessful other than speaking to the care manager. And there doesn't appear to have been any other record obtained from the home on this day. Except from me, please, there doesn't appear to be any note made by yourself on this day, the 18th. Do you know whether you would have been checking the progress notes from the home or can't you say?
So I can't say specifically if I was checking these notes, but I certainly had been checking notes in that time.
Okay. And in terms of your usual practice, if you'd reviewed a patient's notes, then referred to that from Newmarch House, would you made a note of it somewhere?
Yes.
And would you make a note generally on the Nepean Hospital notes to record what you'd found out?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And you'd also, I take it, would you sometimes make a note in the Newmarch House notes themselves?
Yes.
You had access to those notes?
Yes, I was given access to those notes.
And up until that period when the access stopped, were you able to both look at the notes and also make entries yourself?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Again, just moving forward in the timeline, the next entry in time is the one at the top of the page, 19th of April 2020. Not your note again. Read the commencement of it. You can see there's attempts made to contact the nursing home again. And also a suggestion that a system could be put in place for the nurse in each ward to call outreach and give a quick update on each patient. Do you see that?
Yes.
Again, so next day, is this consistent with your recollection about there being difficulties contacting Newmarch House during this time?
Yes.
And again, we don't have any note from you made on this day. Do you think, does that indicate you didn't have access to this patient's notes on that day? Or can't you say?
I would have had access to the notes.
Okay. And so the 18th and 19th of April was a weekend. Were you then working during weekends or not? Okay. I'll move forward in that light to the next entry, the 20th of April, which is on page 4. There's an entry at the bottom of that page at 2:51 in the afternoon by Nicole Hussar, a nurse. And it says underneath her name on the left-hand side, HIF, Hospital in the Home. Do you recall her to be somebody associated with Hospital in the Home?
Yes. I don't know the person particularly, but it would have been with Hospital in the Home.
Okay, and it says at the bottom of that page, patient observation and comments below obtained from Newmarch NH, meaning nursing home, progress records accessed by Hayley Carpin via, VAX team. And then it gives some observations there and over the page. I don't need to take you to it, but it's tab 8, page 100. There's an entry by yourself within the Newmarch House progress notes, which records this information. Hayley Carpen, aged care nurse practitioner, VAX. Mrs. Leonie Corrigan, 89-year-old lady with new diagnosis of COVID-19 under the care of HIF. Remote review of notes today. Reports several loose bowel motions. Nursing report asymptomatic from respiratory point of view. Observations this morning, and it gives some observations. Please recheck. Observations we'll review again tomorrow. Just me having read that out to you, do you think it's likely that you accessed the notes remotely that day?
Yes,
That is, you didn't go into the home, you looked at them on your computer in the hospital.
that'll be correct. Yeah.
And you recorded that long entry in the Newmarch House notes about what you'd found out.
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the one I have you looking at here on page 4, given it's a hospital in the home entry, do you recall there being any interaction between yourself and hospital in the home about this patient that day?
Look, I can't record a specific patient there.
And if not in specific patients, you told me earlier that there were some discussions with nursing staff at the point when you were looking at observations on a computer. Is that correct?
So the nurse from hospital and home would come to the office that I was in, and we would access the notes, allowing them to see the observations.
Very well. And I think you told me earlier there may have been a discussion about individual patients at that time.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to go to the next entry in time, which is, sorry, it's back at volume 7, tab 13 at page 4. Same page as previous. See, in the middle of this page, there's an entry, again, not by itself, but by a different registered nurse, which says, under the heading Progress Notes, comments below obtained from Newmarch Nursing Home Progress Notes accessed by Hayley Carpen from the VAX team. And it says patient has a cough and diarrhoea. Again, do you think it's likely you were accessing notes remotely that day? So again, not a day you were attending the Newmarch House? No. Okay, and next in time is the 22nd of April, which commences at the very bottom of page 3, but you see the entry here at the top of page 4. And it says this: contacted VAX team are currently reviewing COVID patients. Team will fax details of patients and their condition when finalised to HIF. Just in the context of that entry, firstly, it says team are currently reviewing COVID patients. Do we take that means at Newmarch House itself?
I'd say so.
Okay,
yes.
I'm going to bring you to a note in a moment, and it's tab 8, page 95, which might help with that. But just in terms of your earlier evidence, you thought there were 2, possibly 3 occasions when you were physically at the home. Is that correct?
Yes.
We've seen one of them was the 17th of April.
Yes.
From this note, would it appear that the 22nd of April
22nd, I think.
may have been the second occasion you attended?
Yes.
And in between those 2 dates, is this correct, that what you were doing was reviewing the notes remotely from the home?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Okay, look, I can just read out this entry, which is it's tab 8, page 95. It's a short entry. It says this: Hayley Carpen, aged care nurse practitioner, VAX. Mrs. Leonie Corrigan, 89-year-old lady with COVID-19 under the care of HIF. Noted observations this morning. It then gives the observations. They include SpO2 88. What does that mean?
I mean, her oxygen saturation level was 88.
Okay. Is that an abnormal result from the point of view of a healthy patient?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. It then goes on, now on oxygen via Hudson mask at 5 lpm. What does that mean?
5 litres per minute. So she's been, the saturations were low and they put oxygen on her.
Okay, thank you. And I'm just going to go back to tab 13, page 3, because this is the next entry in time. Except from me, please, there doesn't appear to be an entry in the Nepean note from the 22nd of April, but I've just read out the entry from the Newmarch House notes. Do you understand?
Yes.
And this is the next entry in the hospital notes that we have. I'll just ask that page 3 of tab 13 be shown. It's up now. Do you see at the bottom of the page? It's an entry by Catherine Sidney. At the bottom of the page, it says, taken from nursing home notes, symptoms, no symptoms noted on notes. Then it gives a number of observations, including SATs at 92 RA. Do you see that?
Yes.
In terms of that entry, are you able to say whether there was a physical attendance at Newmarch House that day or not?
By Catherine?
By anybody, by yourself, first of all? Okay. Are we able to show tab 8, page 93, please? What I'm going to ask you to see is just the very bottom entry on page 93. These are the Newmarch House notes. Thank you very much. It's on the screen now. Are you able to read that size?
Yes.
Be able to read the text? Can you see the entry at the bottom of the page? After the name Leonie Corrigan and the date of birth, there's your name. It says actually CNC Nepean Hospital. It's then the entry, the date, 23rd of the 4th, 2020 at 3:55 p.m. And there's a note next to it in the 6th column of the page. You see that?
Yes.
Hayley Carpen, aged care nurse practitioner, VAX. Remote review of notes today. No concerns documented. Refusing oxygen at this stage. Hemodynamically stable. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do I take it from that entry, first of all, again, is that an entry that you've made after reviewing notes at the hospital?
Yes. It's a remote review.
Thank you. And just thinking back over that period of time I've been asking about, the first referral to the hospital for the positive note is recorded on the 15th of April. And I took you to a note on the 17th when you appear to have attended the home, correct?
Yes.
And another one was on the 22nd when, again, you appear to have attended the home, correct? Other than those occasions, is this right, that your interaction in relation to this patient was by way of reviewing the notes remotely?
Yes.
Okay. And this is an example of one of those occurrences, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, as at this date, so given what you've written there, what was your expectation about how often you'd be reviewing this patient's notes going forward? Would it be every day, every second day? What was your expectation?
Look, I couldn't recall how often I reviewed each patient's notes, but I know I did review the notes. I couldn't recall, whether it was daily, second daily.
Okay, understood. And can you recall there being any discussion or direction from others within the team about how often that should be occurring? If you don't know, say so.
I can't recall. I've thought about this myself, but I can't recall.
Okay. And again, as at this date in time, did you have any awareness as to how often hospital in the home were reviewing patients?
My understanding is they were reviewing them, trying to review them daily.
Okay. I've taken to a couple of notes there where there have been records recording the observations, okay, on the days that I've taken you to. That's the 19th of April, the 20th, the 21st, 22nd and 23rd of April. Do you recall having any discussions in relation to patients with the hospital in the home team on those dates?
As evidenced by the notes, I think that I would have had discussions with the nurse who was trying to get the observations.
But fine, I'm just going to go to back to tab 13 at page 3, please. And this is just to show you the last couple of entries that were made in these notes. So here we have at the top of the page, 24th of April at 4:25 in the afternoon. It says patient discharge from HIF, VAX aware, follow-up second daily as per NUM. Do you know what occurred on the 24th of April? Do you recall?
My understanding is that the patients were discharged from HIT and were now under the care of Dr. Sharma in VAX.
Very well. That date, 24th of April, that appears to coincide with the date I gave you earlier about the video conferencing commencing. Is that your recollection?
It is my recollection, yeah.
Okay. And in terms of that follow-up second daily as per none, does that assist in bringing to mind any conversations that you had about the frequency with which these patients were to be reviewed by VAX?
No.
Okay. Do you recall what that means, follow-up second daily as per none? Sorry, first of all, do you know what it means?
Well, it means they'll be followed up second daily, but I don't know. So just ask the question again.
Okay, I'm just asking if that note assists you in recalling any discussion you had about the frequency with which these patients would be followed up.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. The next and final entry in the hospital notes is over the page, page 2. It's the bottom of the page. It commences at the bottom of the page and finishes at the top of page 3. And it simply says this. If we go just to the top of page 3, it says patient continues to be withdraw that. Patient continues to be followed up by VAX team. VAX to contact HIF/outreach ID team as required. You're welcome to have a look at the notes if you need to, but there doesn't appear to be any other note in relation to Ms. Corrigan that was made by the VAX team, other than the ones I've taken you to. But just accepting that from me, do you know what was happening in relation to Ms. Corrigan during that period after the 24th of April and up until that last entry on the 27th?
So can I clarify that you said there were no other notes?
No other notes, yeah.
Notes.
Accept that from me for the purpose of this question. So there are no other notes other than the ones I've just taken you to. Do you know what you yourself were doing in respect of her care during that time?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. And do I take it if you were doing things such as reviewing notes and making observations about what was recorded, would you have made a note here or in the Newmarch house notes about that fact?
By this time, it would have probably been in the hospital notes. Oh, sorry. 24th, yeah. The 24th, I think, was when they handed over to VAX.
Okay.
So more than likely, the notes would have been in the Nepean Hospital notes.
Which are the ones we're looking at, is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the question I have for you is whether you can recall what was happening in terms of the VAX team's engagement with this patient following the 24th of April.
My understanding is that we would have been reviewing her via the video conferencing.
Okay. And if you accept from me that there are no other notes, in particular in relation to video conferencing or otherwise, do you have any idea, other than what's written down in the notes, about what was happening?
No, I don't.
If you were reviewing notes or taking steps in relation to this patient, do I take it they would be recorded here in the medical notes?
Yes, usually.
I mean, when you say usually, that was your usual practice, was it?
Yes.
To make a note of something you did in relation to a patient?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Just in terms of your understanding, did you have any understanding that hospital in the home would have any role at all in relation to these patients' care after that date of the 24th of April, or not?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, very well. Excuse me. I'm just coming to, I'll finish with the notes. Okay, thank you for that. I'm just coming final, and I know at the time you're on, but I have only a few questions left.
Yes.
This is in relation to your reflections, okay, about issues you encountered and your involvement in the outbreak. You've dealt with this in your statement already. It commences at about paragraph 55. There's just a few points I want to pick up on. Can I just commence with this? Because I've taken you to 2 occasions when you were physically at Newmarch House. Okay, what was your impression when you first went there on the 17th of April? What was your impression about what was going on?
It was busy. There were staff there who came from various agencies who didn't know the patients and their comorbidities. They were unfamiliar with the systems the computer systems that may have been in place. They didn't really know the residents residents well, and they also wouldn't have known the families.
And in terms of the impact that observation had, what impact do you think it had?
So it could have made it difficult for the residents themselves to understand what was going on. Some of them had cognitive impairment and would not have understood why they needed to be isolated like they were and have people look after them who they weren't familiar with. That would have been a challenge for them, and a challenge for the nurse, for the staff as well, looking after residents in such an environment that, with COVID. So the fear, I guess, around looking after people with COVID would have been, with them as well.
Or was that fear something you observed or had an appreciation of during the time that you visited Newmarch House?
No, just the general fear of contracting COVID yourself and taking it back to your family. We all felt that.
Two of the points you've also picked up in your statement, at 56 and onwards, you had some difficulty, and you've expressed this in your evidence already, about your colleagues within your hospital and the home had some difficulty contacting Newmarch House. You told us about that already. Did you yourself ever experience difficulty contacting Newmarch House? You, for a period, had access to the electronic notes. That came to an end at some point?
That's right.
Did that come to an end at some point?
Yes, it came to an end.
Do you recall whether it came to an end or whether people simply stopped entering electronic notes?
So my understanding was that because there were lots of people coming and going, the electronic system they weren't familiar with the electronic system, so they then changed to a paper-based system to make it more convenient, I suppose, for the staff to be able to document.
And after that occurred, were you able to get access to those paper notes or not?
No. We obtained observations via the video conferencing that we were doing.
Okay. And does that mean that once the video conferencing commenced, I think I've asked to accept the date of about the 24th of April, which I think you say is consistent with your recollection. After that point in time, did you have any access to the written notes or not?
No.
Were you reliant, therefore, upon the information that was being given to you by those within the home?
So we were reliant on the information we get from them, as well as being able to view the residents on the video.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Ms. Carpenter. Those are the questions from me. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. Ms. Carpenter, I'm just going to check with the other legal representatives whether they have any questions for you. Firstly, Ms. Clark, do you have any questions for Ms. Carpenter?
No questions, Your Honour.
Thank you. Mr. Palfrey, any questions?
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Furness, any questions for Ms. Carpenter?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honour.
Mr. Fordham, any questions?
Just a couple.
Yes.
Right, Your Honour. You asked some questions by Counsel Assisting about the 18th and the 19th and the fact that that was a weekend. And I think your answer was you weren't working on the weekend. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If my maths are correct, the 25th and the 26th would also have been a weekend. Were you working on that weekend?
Didn't work weekends.
You were asked some questions about what have been referred to as anticipatory or crisis medications. You recall that?
Yes,
Some of those medications are Schedule 8 drugs, correct?
correct.
They require to be written up either by someone endorsed as you are or by a doctor. Is that right?
Yes, I can prescribe those.
The object of the PRN, as I understand it, in any circumstances, is so it is available without delay should it be required. Is that correct?
Correct.
It is part of a registered nurse's job description to administer PRN medications when they are required.
Correct.
It is also part of a registered nurse's jobs description to assess patients in a hospital or residents in this case as to the requirement for PRN medication.
That's correct.
You would expect a registered nurse to be able to assess a patient to endeavour to understand the cause of something like agitation, correct?
Correct.
And if it were that a registered nurse required further assistance in making a decision, that registered nurse has the option to escalate to a doctor, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. Anything arising, Mr. Harris?
There's just one matter. You weren't present because you weren't on duty on the 17th or, sorry, withdraw that, 18th or 19th of April, or the 25th or 26th of April. Would that be right? They were weekend days.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is there anybody ordinarily on duty within the VAX team during those days that would take on your duties, or how does it work?
So the VAX team, prior to COVID, you mean just generally? Or?
So let's break it up. Prior to COVID, what was the situation?
So the VAX team is a Monday to Friday at this stage service, but during COVID, there was an expansion to cover 7 days a week, 24/7.
Okay. And during those days when you weren't on duty, was there anybody else who was intended to take over your role during those weekend days?
Not my role specifically, but there were VAX clinicians who were on call on the weekends.
Okay. Do you know who they are or not?
Oh, Dr. Kakat, sorry, and Dr. Sharma.
Okay. Very well. Thank you. Those are the matters arising. Right?
Thank you. Well, Ms. Carpin, that means we've completed your evidence. Thank you very much for attending today, and apologies for the delay in reaching your evidence today. You're now excused, ma'am. Leave your seat there. Thank you.
That's convenient time, Your Honour.
It is. We'll take a break for morning tea now and come back at 12:15. last one.
Yes, thank you, Your Honour. Dr. Anita Sharma is the next witness, already in the witness box.
Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Doctor. Please have a seat.
Dr. Sharma, if you could just state for the record your full name and where you are currently employed.
My name is Anita Sharma, and I'm employed at Nepean Hospital, Nepean Blue Mountains Local Health District.
And you have, by way of assistance, provided a statement dated the 27th of July, 2022, namely last week.
Yes.
Do you have and that's Exhibit 4, Your Honour. Do you have a copy of that statement with you?
Yes.
And attached to that statement are 4 annexures. You also have those annexures with you?
Some.
I'll take you to documents as we go through, Dr. Sharma. But just to confirm, as your statement outlines, you are the head of aged care at Nepean Hospital?
Yes.
That's your current position, and it was also your position in April through to June of 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been a staff specialist at Nepean Hospital since 2004?
Yes.
Your area of specialty is geriatric medicine, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been involved with the virtual aged care service for some time?
Yes.
When did your involvement commence?
It was an innovative model that started in 2008, but became fully functional in 2012.
And you've been involved with that model since its commencement, is that correct?
I wrote the model.
Sorry?
I was responsible for the model.
That's correct. And you're the lead clinician, or is it Dr. Fox?
Dr. Fox started in 2015, so.
It was designed to assist those in the community, the elderly in the community, is that correct?
Yes.
And it was designed in part to avoid hospital transfers. Is that correct?
It was one of the aims, yes.
Was the avoidance of hospital transfer?
Yes.
Can I ask you, paragraph 13 of your statement, you outline the virtual aged care service model. Sorry, paragraph 12 is the model, and paragraph 13 you outline the inclusion and exclusion criteria for referral. Do you have that paragraph in front of you? It's page 3.
Yes.
So in terms of referral, looking at the exclusion criteria, firstly, the first exclusion criteria is hemodynamically unstable patients or residents. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does that mean, to be hemodynamically unstable?
It means your blood pressure is below normal, so it may be systolic of less than 100, or your pulse may be over 100. So you may be hypotensive, tachycardic, or generally unwell, complaining of shortness of breath. That means it will be measured with your respiratory rate, which will be high. That will be greater than 20.
Does it include any other signs or symptoms of a patient's presentation?
They may be short of breath, and they may be agitated, sometimes aggressive.
Does it include factors such as confusion?
Yes, they could be. You don't have to have confusion to be hemodynamically unstable, but you could have both.
And if you had both, would that be an exclusion criteria?
Yes.
And in terms of chest pain?
So chest pain was an acute criteria. Yes, if they complained of severe chest pain, then it means we wouldn't be seeing them. They needed to go to the hospital.
So in terms of those factors there that you've identified for us in terms of being hemodynamically unstable, if any of those signs or symptoms presents, do you say that the virtual aged care service is deemed not a suitable model of care?
Yes.
And is it the case then that a patient would be referred to a hospital or some other model of care?
So if these criteria apply, they will call 000 and send the patient to the hospital.
And were these criteria that were in existence as at April 2020?
Say that again.
Are these exclusion criteria, have they been static? Namely,
Yes.
they existed since the model of care came into operation in 2008, 2012?
Yes.
So they were in existence as exclusion criteria in April 2020.
Yes.
In terms of what is the first line of treatment addressing hemodynamically unstable patients?
So these were exclusion criteria. So if their saturation was low, they would give them oxygen. If their temperature was high, they would give them paracetamol, and they'll call the ambulance and send the patient to the hospital.
Are fluids ever administered to address some of the criteria that you have indicated amount to a hemodynamically unstable patient?
These are people, residents in the community or clients in the community, and there won't be any expertise to administer IV fluids.
And when you say no expertise to administer, do you say the VAX team members did not have the expertise to administer IV fluids to patients in the community if it was clinically indicated?
So these criteria are set when these patients are referred to us. We're not with the patient at this point of time. For example, these patients could be in the residential aged care facility and the exclusion criteria were met. They would call the ambulance. We wouldn't have been there.
Right. Do you also work on a hospital ward in your role as a geriatrician and separate to the virtual aged care service, or do you work exclusively with the virtual aged care service?
I work in the wards as well.
And can I just ask Dr. Sharma, what in the period of April 2020 to June 2020, namely the outbreak period at Newmarch House, more precisely 11 April to 15 June, were you working exclusively with the virtual aged care service in its administration of care to the patients at Newmarch House, or did you also have a caseload, a patient load at the hospital?
I worked with VAX exclusively, and I wasn't taking inpatient load.
You were taking no inpatients?
No.
Did you transfer care for a number of patients before working exclusively with VAX and the outbreak team?
I don't remember, but if I had patients, I would transfer to other consultants.
In terms of the hospital in the home, did you have a relationship with the hospital in the home model of care prior to the outbreak at Newmarch House?
Like I stated in my statement, we did have a relationship we were not involved in the implementation of hospital in the home, but we had previous collaboration prior to the outbreak where we involved hospital in the home to give IV antibiotics in the residential aged care facility.
So if you were a member of the VAX team, you would delegate that task or call in the assistance of the hospital in the home team. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there any other form of clinical care which led you to calling in the assistance of the hospital in the home team?
Is it prior to 2020?
Prior to April 2020.
There were a couple of occasions when we had outbreaks in the nursing home that we consulted them.
And what was their involvement in terms of the delivery of care, if any?
We were I can't recall the details, but they would inform us if there was an outbreak and we would consult them.
And outbreak in relation to?
Gastroenteritis outbreak or flu outbreak, where we manage the patients in the residential aged care facilities.
Did either of those, would it be, sorry, I'll withdraw that. In relation to the clinical management of a gastro outbreak, would intravenous fluids routinely be administered?
Yes.
And was that something that the hospital in the home team was tasked with, or was that something that fell under the umbrella of the virtual aged care service?
So when these outbreaks, we were giving IV fluids as well.
So we as in VACs?
VACs.
But hospital in the home also?
If we needed assistance, we would call on them.
In relation to paragraph 28 of your statement, you say that you were not involved in any formal consultation with Associate Professor James Branley in relation to the hospital in the home model being implemented at Newmarch House. Have I read that correctly?
So, except for what I said earlier for IV antibiotics, yes.
So could you clarify that, Dr. Sharma? Just read to yourself paragraph 28 of your statement.
Not prior to 2020.
So just in relation to now just drawing your attention to the Newmarch House COVID outbreak, were you involved in any discussions with respect to what model of care should be implemented at Newmarch House once the outbreak was declared?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Were you involved in any discussion as to what should be the model of care to implement at Newmarch House once the COVID positive outbreak had been declared?
So, when we heard about the pandemic, we prepared for an outbreak. And with that, I wrote a brief to my CE, and we had the VACS Rapid Response Team, which is, I think it's documented as COVID-19 Step-Up Plan, where we suggested if there was an outbreak in the residential aged care facility, what VAC should do. So in that, we also we put a plan in place, and we asked the executives to give us extra workforce in order to accommodate for this need.
So if I'm going to take you to that set-up plan, but do I understand your evidence? When we first heard of the pandemic, you were already VACs and yourself were thinking ahead as to how to best address an outbreak in an aged care facility. Is that correct? And as a result of that, a plan was put together prior to the outbreak at Newmarch House.
That's correct.
Is that correct? In terms of the Newmarch House outbreak, do you recall when you were first informed of it, namely on the date it was declared, the 11th of April? Or at is there some other date that stands out in your mind as to when you first became informed that there was an outbreak?
So the first that I heard that there was a case in Newmarch was on 12th of April, when the consultant on call told me that there was a positive case in Newmarch House.
When you first heard there was a positive case at Newmarch House, is that information you obtained from pathology or from Dr. Branley or from some other staff member at Nepean, or was it from some person at Newmarch House?
It was one of my geriatricians who was on call on Sunday.
And after receiving that information, did you then have a discussion with any person as to whether or not the step-up plan, which had been developed, should be implemented?
I don't recall on Sunday, but when we came back to work on Tuesday, yes, I had discussions with the VEX team. And also, I had a discussion with our VEX clinicians.
And can you just tell us who they are?
They are nurse practitioner Hayley Carpen, and we had 2 additional nurses. And
Do you know their name?
Faisal, I don't recall the name, they're not with us anymore. Then there was Dr. Faisal Kakat. And so they were the team members we discussed.
And that's on Tuesday, the 14th of April?
Yes.
And are you able to say, was there a discussion at all with Dr. Branley or anyone from the hospital in the home team?
Yes, I did call Dr. James Branley, but I don't remember the details of my discussion. I also spoke to the palliative care team on that day, later on, not in the morning, but later on the day.
And in terms of your discussions with Dr. Branley, do you say you don't have any recollection of any of the matters that you or he raised in relation to Newmarch? Or do you have a general impression as to what the purpose of that call was and where that call ended in terms of what was to occur at Newmarch?
I don't know whether I spoke to him on that day, but we spoke about that, given that of his expertise, that he was in hospital in the home and he was the ID clinician, we asked him to be the clinical lead together with us for VAX.
So in terms of being the clinical lead along with VAX, what was your understanding in relation to the model of care to be delivered at Newmarch House? Was there a lead clinician, namely Dr. Branley, or was it a situation of a collaborative approach between Dr. Branley's hospital in the home team and the VAX team?
It was a collaborative team.
And
so,
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Because of Dr. Branley's expertise in the COVID-19 management and his infection control. So he was overall the clinical lead, and I was leading the comprehensive geriatric management for day-to-day care of the residents.
If you had a question or a query as to the management of a patient, was that something you would then escalate up to Dr. Branley for the final decision, or would you make those decisions independently of his input?
If it was in relation to a COVID-related problem, I would escalate to him. But if it was related to management as an outcome of COVID, related to older people's, complex issues, for example, if they had delirium or they have any behavioral problems, then I would manage the patient.
So what type of factors fell into the COVID-related issue that you would escalate to Dr. Branley or consult with Dr. Branley on?
If they became short of breath, or they had desaturation, I would call upon his expertise to ask advice.
And did you at any stage call upon the expertise of, for example, a respiratory physician with respect to those presenting symptoms or signs?
I I don't recall calling a respiratory physician, but I do recall calling infectious disease team and surgeons if required.
And in terms of the surgeons, do you have any memory as to calling an intensivist or an ED physician at all in relation to the observed signs of a COVID positive resident at Newmarch?
Yes, when we were doing our telehealth rounds, one of the residents had fallen, and when we reviewed the resident, she has appeared to have a injury to her right ankle. Most likely, it looked like she had a fracture. So I then called the orthopedic surgeon who was on call, and he advised me to send the patient to the hospital. So in sending I then spoke to Dr. James Brenley, telling him that we were sending this patient to the hospital. And I then also spoke to ED, the admitting doctor, advising him that the patient was coming to the hospital.
And that was a COVID positive resident from
Yes.
Newmarch?
Yes.
Can I ask in relation to another COVID positive resident, namely Maria James? Maria James was a resident who was first entered into Newmarch House as a palliative patient as a result of having terminal cancer. She reported, or there was a doctor, do you recall a phone call with Dr. Kakut where he indicated to you that there might be a potential, possible fracture to the left humerus?
Yes.
You recall that conversation?
Yes, and so I asked him, was there any displacement or pain? And he said no. So once I took his call, I spoke to the orthopedic surgeon, asking his advice. And the advice was that because it was the fracture of humerus, and given that the treatment would be to put her arm in a sling, and then also in pain control. So I rang Dr. Faisal back and informed him. I also informed Dr. Brenley regarding this incident, and he also agreed with the management plan.
Could I just take you, could Dr. Sharma please be shown volume 4, tab 7. Sorry, firstly I'll go to tab 11. Page 1. Dr. Sharma, firstly, can I ask you, do you recognise what you have in front of you as the progress notes from Nepean Hospital?
Yes.
Do you see on page 1 there's an entry of the 22nd of May?
Yes.
Which is the administration officer, but below that there's the 21st of April and an entry made by Hayley Carpin.
Mm-hmm.
And could you just read to yourself what's recorded under the bolded heading progress note?
Yes. So prior to this, I had rung when Dr. Faisal rang me that this patient has fallen, I had rung the orthopedic surgeon to ask his advice as well. Then I also consulted and informed Dr. Brenley about the management.
And it's recorded there that you see in this,
Yes.
just from the bottom, Dr. Sharma contacted Dr. Branley, who had suggested immobilising the arm and arranging analgesia, not for hospital transfer. Dr. Kakat informed, asked to contact the family. Do you agree, Dr. Sharma, that there's no reference in there with respect to your contact with an orthopaedic surgeon?
I object. She may or she may not, but it's not her note.
So what was it? She may or may not, but...
It's not her note.
No, I think that's been made clear.
Yes.
And Dr. Sharma, I take it you had a discussion with Hayley Carpin in order for her to make this entry.
Yes.
And do you recall ever raising with Hayley Carpin that your first point of contact was in fact an orthopaedic surgeon for advice?
I don't remember. I would have told her, but I can't see that documented here.
But you say your memory is that you did have a conversation with an orthopaedic surgeon. In those circumstances, could you just indicate what was the purpose of the phone call to Dr. Branley in circumstances where you had specialist advice in relation to the fracture?
If there was anything that happened to a COVID positive patient, as a clinical lead, I would touch base with him and keep him informed.
So turning to paragraph 14 of your statement, you outlined there the staffing levels that the virtual aged care service had available. And this is prior to the COVID outbreak.
Yes.
You then at paragraph 15 outlined the additional staff available. Is that correct? Namely to enhance to 2 registered nurses and a 0.5 position for a geriatrician.
Yes.
Was that to cover all patients under the virtual aged care service, namely not only those who are resident at Newmarch House, but the balance of patients in the community?
These were extra staff only for the vax for Newmarch House. During COVID, we had other geriatricians who covered other residential aged care facilities.
So just looking at paragraph 14, perhaps I've misunderstood the staffing of vax, but at paragraph 14 you outline the staffing prior to COVID.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So, for example, it states there that the geriatrician's involvement under VAX was a 0.4 full-time equivalent.
Yes.
And in terms of the career medical officer, there was 1.
Yes.
And in terms of the aged care nurse practitioner, there was 1.
Yes.
Likewise, the physiotherapist.
Yes.
And likewise, there were 0.2 of a position for a geriatric advanced trainee.
Yes.
You then, in paragraph 15, it's the case, isn't it, that you outline what additional staff you obtained in order to meet the virtual aged care service setup plan?
Yes.
And is it 2 additional registered nurses?
Yes.
And then a slight upgrade on the 0.5 position for the geriatrician? Is it 0.5 geriatrician plus the 0.4?
Yes.
So almost a full-time geriatrician, is that what was provided?
Yes.
And my question was, is it correct to say that that was then to cover all the patients under VAX care, not only the Newmarch patients?
Can you rephrase that, please?
The staffing levels you outline in paragraph 15 that VAX had, was that to cover all patients under your care, which included the community patients and also the Newmarch House residents and also the other aged care facilities that you attended?
At the time that I made this request, it was only for residential aged care facility, but not community.
And how many aged care facilities were you delivering a service to?
So we were looking after 19 aged care facilities. That was in the Lower Mountain, but there are 28 residential aged care facilities in Nepean, Blue Mountains, LHD.
So the staffing levels you outline in paragraph 15 are the staff you had to meet all your patients in aged care facilities, including Newmarch House?
At the time, yes.
time frame on it? Because there's some inconsistent evidence about there being prior to the Newmarch outbreak or after the Newmarch outbreak.
At the time of the Newmarch outbreak, does paragraph 15 reflect the staffing levels at the time of the Newmarch outbreak?
So this was the staffing for Newmarch outbreak. And I also was full-time on assisting with the VEX team in the Newmarch house outbreak.
Have I understood it correctly that this staff you had at the time of the Newmarch outbreak also had commitments to other patients in other aged care facilities? Is that correct or incorrect? Were you still seeing the patients in other aged care facilities? Was VAX still treating them?
Before the outbreak or after, with Newmarch House?
At the same time as the outbreak, between 11 April and 15 June, was VAX still delivering care under this staffing regime to the balance of patients in the other aged care facilities?
So, no, because Newmarch House was the only nursing home that had the outbreak, this staffing were accommodating the needs of Newmarch House. And then when we went on Code Black, a lot of our service closed. I have 5.6 FTE geriatricians. So I used the other geriatricians to cover the other residential aged care facility while we were in this pandemic, in the outbreak.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. So this, you had, and you were full-time with the outbreak at Newmarch, is that correct? Can I take you, Dr. Sharma, to Annexure A? To your statement, do you have Annexure A? Sorry, you just need to answer. You have Annexure A in front of you, which is titled the Virtual Aged Care Service COVID-19 Setup Plan.
Yes.
Is this a draft version of the setup plan prior to the outbreak? Or was this the setup plan in existence as at 11 April when the outbreak commenced at Newmarch?
So A is the flow of residential, is that 45A you're referring to?
No, I'm just referring to the actual document itself. Perhaps if we can bring it up on the screen so that we are looking at the same document. Do you see? Is that do you have that document in?
Yes.
With you in the witness box?
Yes, I can see it.
So was this a plan put in place before any outbreak at Newmarch House?
Yes.
Can you recall what month it was that you put together this plan?
We start working with the plan in February, but I put it out to I think from what I recall, it was sent to the executive the last 2 weeks of March. And I think we were supposed to implement it by, approval was given to us.
And is it correct that with that approval came the additional approval for staff also?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
That you've outlined, that we've just gone to in your statement?
Yeah.
Looking at the model of care, do you see the underlined heading model of care? Mm-hmm. It states there that the VAX model of care promotes hospital avoidance and will keep people in their home or in the RACF. The VAX single point of contact you listed is to be used for referrals. In terms, and this was in the context of an aged care resident testing positive for COVID, correct? That was the model of care to be implemented?
Yes.
Can I take you, Dr. Sharma, to volume 15, tab 6, page 85? Dr. Sharma, I would like to take you to an entry of Dr. Manaj Dhammaratnam. Do you know Dr. Dhammaratnam?
Yes.
He's a GP at Newmarch House. It's the entry dated the 24th of April at 10 a.m. And I'd ask you to assume that this resident was somebody who was under the care of a public guardian, Marko Vidakovic. Doctor, can I ask you to read to yourself the paragraph contained or commencing with copy of email sent to public guardian?
So I believe this was the discussion we had for advanced care planning for this patient.
Yes, I'm just, firstly, this is clearly Dr. Manaj Dhammaratnam's entry, and I'm just trying to see if his understanding as to what operates with a COVID positive resident is consistent with what your understanding was. Firstly, the doctor has written that Marko Vidakovic is under the care of the hospital at home team, led by doctors from the PN Hospital VAX team. Was his understanding there consistent with what your understanding was in relation to whose care the resident was under?
Yes.
He then goes on to say, it has been decided that all residents at Newmarch House will be treated at Newmarch House and they will not be transferring them to the hospital in the event of them deteriorating further. Was that consistent or inconsistent with your understanding as to how the model of care was to operate?
So I would say we didn't say that the patient will not be transferring them to hospital. So what VAX stood for was if the patient could be treated in the residential aged care facilities and respecting the advanced care plan, then they would stay in the hospital. However, if the need was to transfer them to the hospital, I would transfer them to the hospital, depending on their clinical need and case-by-case situation.
And do you recall ever having a conversation yourself with any of the GPs who were involved with Newmarch House, including, well, I'll break that down. Do you recall ever having a conversation with Dr. Dhammaratnam at the start of the outbreak, namely 11 April, or any time between 11 April and 24 April?
I did have conversation, but the exact conversation I had with him, I'm unclear. I don't remember.
Do you recall having a conversation with any of the other general practitioners who were either the GPs who had the residents in their care prior to the outbreak or who then went in to deliver care at a point in time during the outbreak in relation to the model of care?
Before the outbreak, I had sent an email correspondence via the PHN to all the GPs to indicate what will we do if there was a COVID outbreak in the residential aged care facility.
In terms of that email, Doctor, can I ask you to turn to Annexure C of your statement and ask whether that's the email or the letter that you're referring to?
Where is that? Sorry.
Perhaps if Dr. Sharma can be given Exhibit 4, namely her statement with the attached annexures. So Annexure C is under the Nepean Blue Mountains Local Health District emblem. It's dated the 15th of April 2020 and it's a letter commencing with Dear Doctor.
She did say the 15th. So it's one of your annexures, this was the letter.
Yes, if you go to the third paragraph commencing with referrals. Do you have that point on the page, Dr. Sharma?
Yes.
And the last sentence in that paragraph, is this what you're making reference to? Namely, this can potentially prevent the resident from being transferred to hospital. If, however, it is deemed the resident does require hospital presentation, the VACS team may then be able to facilitate that admission.
Yes.
If you go over the page, you'll see that that's a letter written in your hand.
Yes.
That was distributed to all the local GPs.
So the usual process is we give it to the PHN, primary network, and they distribute it to the GPs.
So in terms of Dr. Manaj Dharmataran's understanding as at the 24th of April 2020, you say that it was not the understanding that you had in relation to the model of care and not consistent with the letter that you had written on the 15th of April.
So can I just make it clear? Like when I read in the statement, it says that the patient should not be transferred to the hospital. What I'm trying to tell you, trying to say, is we would assess the patient, and if the patient needs to stay in the nursing home and we can manage it, we would do that. But if the patient needed to, if they met my exclusion criteria, and they didn't have any advanced care plan or advanced care directive, then we would facilitate streamlined hospital admission.
And in terms of Dr. Manaj's understanding as outlined in his email to the public guardian, do you have any understanding or were you given any information to assist you in understanding why he would write in that email that they will not be transferring them to the hospital in the event of them deteriorating further?
Object to that. The witness can't answer what doctor was thinking.
No, I didn't ask what he was thinking, but whether she had any information to assist in why it is that Dr. Dhammaratnam's understanding was different as outlined in his email.
No, object.
I don't know.
Same problem.
Yes.
It's all central to doctor's understanding.
I can rephrase it in a different way.
All right, very well.
Dr. Sharma, were you aware of the contents of this email to the public guardian?
No, just
If it could be brought back up on the screen, it's volume 15, tab 6, page 85.
I don't, I didn't see this record in the notes, no.
So you did or you did not?
I did not.
And it was never brought to your attention, is that correct? Or was it? Prior to today, was it ever brought to your attention that that was the understanding of one GP at Newmarch House?
I can't recall.
Do you have some handwritten notes with you, Dr. Sharma, in the witness box?
I just can't remember because the GPs were assisting us with advanced care planning, whether he did it himself and wrote it in the notes or I was with him when he did that. I'm not clear. But I didn't see this email, this documentation before.
And save for what is written in your letter of the 15th of April, which was sent to the network to be distributed to the GPs, which we just went to, was there any other form of communication that you were a part of, whether it was written communication or verbal communication, where you would make it clear to those treating residents, COVID-positive residents at Newmarch, what exactly the model of care plan was?
To the GPs?
To the GPs, other than the letter?
Other than the letter, we had prior to COVID, we had webinars and talked about what the model VAX was, where it aims early discharge from the hospital, where they can refer the patient, they could stay in the hospital, but if in the nursing home, however, if they needed to be sent to hospital, then VAX would streamline their admission to the hospital. So prior to that, we had given a lot of seminars, or webinars, and I had done a couple of presentations to the GP.
That was generally not those GPs specifically dealing with residents at Newmarch.
No, it was to all GPs.
To all GPs. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. I note the time, Your Honour. If now is a good time to break, well, now is a good time to break for my part in terms of questioning.
Yes, very well. Dr. Sharma, we're going to take a break for lunch now, Dr. Sharma, and we'll come back with your evidence after that. We'll return at 2:05.
If Your Honour pleases, it is suggested that another witness, Ms Melinda Burns, be interposed at this point in the inquest. Ms Burns has travelled from Blue Mountains and it would pose some difficulty for her to have to come back tomorrow. So,
Yes,
with Your Honour's leave, I'll question Ms Burns now.
Of course.
Thank you. I call Melinda Burns.
Thank you.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say I do.
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat.
Is your name Melinda Burns?
Yes.
Ms Burns, you graduated as a registered nurse back in 1984. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. You were the care manager at Newmarch House from 2011.
Yeah, from when it opened, yes.
Prior to that, you had worked in the aged care settings.
Yes, I had worked as a care manager at the Henry Fulton home, which closed, and those residents moved across to Newmarch House.
Then you were promoted to facility manager
Yes.
of Newmarch House in 2014.
Yes.
It was in that position that the other managers at Newmarch House reported to you.
That's right.
So you had oversight over the
general oversight of the home with other managers of different areas underneath.
Prior to March, April 2020, you had experience at Newmarch House in dealing with influenza outbreaks.
Influenza outbreaks and gastro outbreaks, and at Henry Fulton we had scabies outbreaks, so
Right.
we were quite versed in managing them.
Right. So you had experience in managing outbreaks of one kind or another.
Yes.
But obviously, given this was early in the COVID pandemic outbreak,
Yes.
you'd
It
had
was
no
new
experience. This was new territory for you.
Mm-hmm.
And can I suggest that notwithstanding that experience with influenza and gastro outbreaks, while valuable, they didn't prepare you for what came in
Not
the
at all.
situation?
Not at all. I think that it was just a completely different experience.
Now, you were at the coalface when the outbreak hit Newmarch House, and you worked every day until you reached a point where you left Newmarch House on sick leave. Is that right?
That's correct.
Do you recall when it was that you ceased working at Newmarch House?
I think it was about the 13th or 14th of May. Yeah, I think I went on sick leave then.
Okay. In your statement, you say you worked every day until that point. Does that mean you weren't taking weekends off?
I think we did end up having one break each. That was when Eric came and started to be the general manager of the area. But until the Baptist care people came on board, no, we hadn't had any breaks at all.
And the Baptist care people, did they come on site around the 24th of April?
Yeah, I honestly can't recollect the actual day, but they took over the management of the home from that day.
Can I just ask you to direct your thinking now about the early phase of the outbreak at Newmarch House? So, for example, between 11 April and late April,
Those first few weeks.
yeah, what sort of hours were you working at that time?
Probably at least 12 hours, and then phone calls after hours as well.
One theme that's come through the evidence is that the families of residents with that.
I agree.
And did that significantly add to the burden that was placed upon you in terms of managing Newmarch House during this period?
Well, in the very first few days, you would find yourself myself and my operations manager, I think on one day, were the only people that we knew in the whole building. Everyone else was from an agency or somewhere else. And there was the morning that we arrived and were trying to have a meeting to get some collaboration together, and there was no one to serve the meals. There was no food that morning. So the meeting had to stop and meals had to be prepared. So in those first few days particularly, there was an intense pressure on very few people.
I'm going to come a little bit later just to ask you about your experiences, particularly in that early period. But before I do that, just by way of background, you provided a statement in this matter on the 21st of July 2022.
Yes.
Do you have a copy of your statement with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it the case that you were approached at an earlier point in time, much closer to the outbreak, and asked for a statement? Just as part of the Coronial investigation?
No.
You don't remember ever being approached for a statement before?
No, I was rung by someone who was doing a review of the outbreak and asked for my perception.
Do you remember who that was?
No, I don't, but it was nothing to do with the Coronial inquest.
Okay, you don't remember being contacted by any police officer, for example?
No, nobody. No one contacted me at all.
In your statement at paragraph 12, you don't need to turn this up at the moment, you say that you began preparing for a possible COVID-19 outbreak in March of 2020.
Yes.
Now, can I just ask you, what was the preparation that was being performed at that time?
Well, the preparation was had a lot of education for the staff, both in basic infection control principles, the knowledge of COVID that was known at that time, and then a practical element of donning and doffing, because one of the experiences that we'd had over other outbreaks is that using that equipment, if not used correctly, can actually cause more of an issue than it can help.
Right, so what did that education entail? Were there sessions?
There were sessions done by the workplace trainers, and then they would take them for a practical session to do donning and doffing in a room that we set up. Where
did that happen?
At Newmarch.
So it was on site?
On site.
Do you remember how many of these sessions there were?
No, I don't remember.
Did they involve staff that were already employed at Newmarch House?
Yes, they were the Newmarch staff, and unfortunately, as you know, they weren't there when the event happened.
Yes. All right, so apart from those education sessions, dealing with PPE, donning, doffing, the nature of COVID, was there any other preparation?
We made sure that our outbreak stocks were as well stocked as possible. We had outbreak boxes that were like starter boxes, I suppose, in each of the wings. And then down in the Lawson wing, there was a very large store area where we tried to keep as much extra equipment as we could, which was only to be touched if there was an outbreak.
These outbreak boxes, did they effectively contain PPE equipment?
Yes, they do. They have a mixture of all that would be required so that the staff could put their hands on it straight away, and it was checked weekly.
Tell me what was in.
There's vomit bags, there's the long sleeve masks, hand rub.
Gowns?
Gowns, yes. The thumbs up gowns were in there. So basically all that you would need. What probably wasn't in there was the N95 masks, which were in short supply.
Right.
But surgical masks were in there,
Yeah, that's surgical masks, not N95s.
not N95s.
As the outbreak progressed and Anglicare took steps to obtain further PPE equipment, do you remember receiving a further batch of N95 masks?
We were receiving batches from different sources.
Yes.
David Goodhue was dealing with, he was my regional boss. He was dealing with procurement.
Yes.
And they were sourcing it from themselves. A lot of their stuff was on back order, as was our ordering. And any other home that had anything was also being sourced to make sure that we had as much as possible.
Do you remember if the N95 mask shortage was resolved at any point in time?
I think it was resolved fairly quickly. The residents that were positive had N95s the entire time. It was getting enough equipment for the people who were negative so that we could put that in place for everybody.
Right.
That's my recollection of that. We had a lot of equipment ordered and a lot of it just remained on back order.
I see. So just while we're on equipment, what you're referring to there is PPE stocks. As part of your planning for a COVID outbreak, was it ever considered that Newmarch House may have to function almost like a hospital ward, where large numbers of infected patients were treated?
To be honest, the concept of hospital in the home was always there, but the reality of the amount of people that became unwell was more than we had anticipated from my perspective. The reason that Newmarch was chosen to have this model was because the wings had the ability to isolate from each other. So you had wings of 35, so you should be able to close the door on those wings and keep the infection to that wing. And if that happened, then it would have been quite achievable.
Who told you that Newmarch was chosen because of the layout in the way you've just described? Where did that information come from?
Honestly, I have not a recollection of who. I just know that that was what it was explained to me, because it was a very well set up home for an outbreak.
In the sense that you could potentially quarantine.
In quarantine entire wings.
And hence contain.
Yes, and hence contain.
And while you don't remember who told you that, was that your understanding at the start of the outbreak? Or let me go back. Was that your understanding before the outbreak about why Newmarch House might have been a hospital in the home candidate?
My understanding was that because we were using the VAX team, that the hospital in the home concept was going to be added to that in a collaborative manner to look after the residential aged care homes so that the residents weren't going to hospital. That was my full understanding. There was no treatment that was going to be available for them in the hospital, and so they felt that they could do that assistance within the home.
So this understanding, this collaborative model that you've just referred to, that's something, I take it, that came later after the outbreak started.
Yes.
So let's just go back for a moment to where we are, because we haven't got to that point yet in the chronology. We're back at the point of preparing for a possible COVID outbreak. Now, at that time, you've indicated you knew about hospital in the home, that concept. Is that right?
Yes.
But the evidence you gave before is that even though you'd known about that concept, it wasn't in contemplation that Newmarch would have to implement that program on the scale that occurred?
Yes, it was the scale, I think, that that was the issue, and in a normal, knowing that there was a high mortality rate that was possibly going to happen, just moved it to a whole new level.
So coming back to this equipment issue, and you remember I asked you a while ago about whether there'd been specific preparation to effectively turn Newmarch into a virtual hospital ward. I just now want to focus on medical equipment.
Yes.
Was there any planning in terms of getting in extra medical equipment in the event that a hospital in the home program had to be implemented?
I honestly don't think so.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I've read in one statement of another witness that, for example, at some point after the outbreak had commenced, a request was made for a number of non-invasive blood pressure, saturation and temperature monitoring machines to be ordered.
That's right. We had them in the home for a normal care delivery, but to have that amount that was going to be required, those things were something that are obviously learnings from managing such a large outbreak as to what equipment was needed. The organisation as a whole, their plan was to have a lot of equipment in a central area, so that if we wanted things, rather than each site trying desperately to source as much as they could, that we would be able to ring procurement or our general manager, and they would then get that equipment straight to us.
So before the outbreak struck, I mean, are you able to give an estimate of the number of those types of machines that measure blood pressure, oxygen saturation and temperature? I mean, how many of those did you actually have?
We would always have a few in each wing, and the Wentworth wing, I know, I'm listening to this proceedings, they keep talking about Wentworth being one wing. Wentworth was actually divided into two.
Wentworth Heights?
There's Wentworth and Wentworth Heights. So we looked at it as 4 wings. So each wing had a supply of equipment.
Right. But
we did not have, in transparency, we did not have a large supply of extra blood pressure machines or oxygen ones. We had plenty of spare oxygen bottles, which was increased as time went on, and during the outbreak we organised a whole pile more of the machines, just the normal oxygen machines that people use.
So you're able to keep the supply of oxygen up?
Yes, but we hadn't, that wasn't part of our active plan. That was things that we learnt on the way.
On the run? On
the run.
I see. What about equipment allowing for the delivery of fluids subcutaneously or intravenously? Did you have that capability before the outbreak?
No, that's not something that we have ever done in a aged care home. We are 102 beds aged care home, and we have 2 registered nurses on a day shift, 1 in the afternoon and 1 at night. So from my perspective, to ensure that I didn't put their professional ability at risk, we have to only be able to do what we can manage to do. So if somebody wanted to have IV fluids in a normal time, they would go over to hospital to have such.
Another aspect of the preparation that you refer to in your statement is preparing an outbreak management plan.
Yes.
Now, I'll just ask for a document to be displayed. It's volume 24, tab 88. Now, if you look at this document, you can see that it's dated. I don't know if you can see this, Ms Burns, but you see it's dated 19 April 2020 and it says V 2.0 or version 2 by the looks of things. This is obviously a document that postdates the commencement of the outbreak. And if, just to give you sort of context, if you look down at the second row, in the table, which sets out roles and responsibilities, we can see next to Newmarch House that the name Chris Giles is there,
Yes.
and Cameron Elliott. And we know that Ms Giles came in at a later point, right? Not at the commencement of the outbreak, right? So does that suggest that this is not the first version of the document that you refer to in your statement?
I object to this. Well, first of all, I think the witness should be asked whether this is the outbreak management plan that she's referring to or whether it's an outbreak management plan prepared by somebody else.
That's precisely what I was doing. Okay. And we're coming to this point. This is not the document that you refer to in your statement as the outbreak management plan.
No.
Right.
We were asked by the organisation to do a local one and send it to Mary McConnell, Mary from Quality and Compliance at the organisation. And that was more about how we would manage if we had X number of staff that weren't, that were close contact and different and equipment and things like that. It was not anything like this, no.
Excuse me for a moment. I'm going to ask for another document to be put up. It's volume 24, tab 30.
Yes, that's the document that...
This is the outbreak management plan you're referring to.
Page 10, it's populated.
Now, go to page 10, please. You can see that there's now some information that's been filled into the various fields. Is that a document that you created?
Not that version, no, because you can see Cameron's name and...
Look, if you look in the second box...
Eric's name is on there. The actual people that had a meeting, then yes, I was part of that, but that's a different action plan.
Right. Just looking at the second box, it says person or position responsible for outbreak management plan, Melinda Burns.
Yes.
Date 16 March.
Initial one. And if you look down at the next one where it says the outbreak coordinator, Eric, that's not part of what I would have done because Eric was not my manager at that time that document was created.
So does that suggest that this document was updated as time went on?
Yeah, when I had a look at it, I thought it must be an updated document. Right. Because that actual meeting on the 16th of the 3rd with the people that are there, that did happen. But that's not the action plan.
Now, the version that you created, just from your recollection, was it in the order of 4 pages long? That seems to be the length of this template, or you can't remember?
I can't recall, I'm sorry.
And what was done with that document? How was it used?
How was it used?
Well, it's one thing to create the document. In your statement, you refer to the fact that it was a hard copy was placed.
Wentworth. It was used prior to the outbreak as part of our preparation. So the education and ordering and those things were done. We also had identified staff who had other skills that might be able to step into another role. So we had lifestyle people who actually had a Cert 3 in nursing, so they would be able to help there. And workplace trainer might be able to work on the floor, and things like that were what we identified. But the reality of the situation was that all of these people we had identified were all seen as the conversation around what equaled a close contact changed, we ended up with very few staff.
So you've come to my next question. After the significant staff turnover occurred because of close contacts, furloughing, or people getting sick.
And people not wanting to come.
Did this plan cease to have relevance?
Pretty much. The first week, I think we were really just doing what we could do.
Let me now ask you directly about that. You were on the ground during that early period of the outbreak. Can you describe for the court what the situation was like?
It was a traumatic situation. You had really no idea what was going to happen next. You didn't know if you were going to have any staff at all. Staff would appear and then say they didn't know that there was COVID in the facility and they would leave and go home. People who would refuse to look after COVID positive residents. You had no one there to serve meals or heat or cook them. You were just trying desperately just to make sure that the basic needs of the people that you really wanted to provide care for were there, and you wanted to be able to communicate some sort of reassurance to the families, but it was extremely hard to do.
In terms of staff shortages, which you've alluded to just now in your answer, are there particular occasions that stick out in your mind in terms of serious shortages? The
particular morning when we were having our meeting, I think it might even have been just the very Easter Monday or Tuesday, I can't 100% recollect, but we had a care staff member knock on the door and say, there's no breakfast coming out, and then we realised that that's because there was no staff.
No catering staff? No
catering staff, and you couldn't free up any of the few people who were at work to actually be able to do that. So the operations manager and a few other people had to go down and try and get some sort of a breakfast out. So yes, the meal was late. Then I had to identify that to David Goodhue, who had to try to action a team of people to come out and provide food for the residents.
Were there also occasions where there was a significant shortage of RNs on site?
Not so much. When you have to put that into perspective, outside of Outbreak, if you're talking about having 2 RNs for the whole building, there were some times during the outbreak where we would have 7, 8, 9 or 10 RNs, and other times not so many. So it was a mixture of a large amount or sometimes too many people. and sometimes not enough.
I mean, you referred there to the usual situation where you'd have 2 RNs for, I think you said 102 residents. That's obviously in normal circumstances.
Normal circumstances.
Not in circumstances where you have, say, over 20
yes.
residents admitted into hospital in the home and supposed to be receiving hospital level care.
Yes. But my understanding was that a lot of the issues are around that term, hospital in the home, because it was more about comfort care in the home with the assistance of the hospital.
Right.
That was more of my personal understanding. But by calling it hospital in the home, then it became, an expectation that one equals the other.
I see. Were there occasions where there was one nurse on site to look after all the sick residents?
There were periods of time where you would find that would be that way for a small period of time, while we would then quickly ring David or Sharon Cummings, and they would find more. But you would go home with a roster that they had access that looked like you had more than you needed, and then you'd come on in the morning and there would be, they're not there, or they've arrived and they've never actually even washed a person before. They actually were so unskilled that they were of no benefit.
You say in your statement, paragraph 33, the skills and experience of these external workers varied greatly. Here you're talking about agency staff that were brought on as part of the surge workforce.
Yes.
And some had never worked in aged care before. So is it the case that even if you managed to get the numbers of staff up at various points in time, that wasn't always an effective solution to the problem of staffing?
No, it's not. I think that as anyone who operates in an aged care environment, it's not the numbers of people, it's the quality of the people that you have caring for the residents. And that quality was not necessarily there all the time. That doesn't take away from the amazing care that those that came did do.
Yes.
And I'm very proud of all of the staff of both Newmarch House and of the teams that came in. They didn't know what they were walking into or what they were taking home. But there is a small group that were completely unskilled.
At one point in time, you've already alluded to this, Baptist care staff came to assist.
And that was a great assistance.
They had experience at Dorothy Henderson Lodge in dealing with the COVID outbreak.
Yes.
And did that result in significant improvements?
It did. From their learnings from what had happened to them, we were able to further enhance the dirty and clean areas and doing clear demarcations. The reason that they moved to paper-based, rather than, it really wasn't just about the electronic part of it, it was the nurses' stations for people to be writing notes too close together. So it was another way staff would be too close, needed to be further away from each other. So if it was paper-based, they were able to go out into other areas. So they demarcated, or I can't say that word, I'm sorry, did the line between clean and dirty much more clearly than what we did. They organised a much more central communication for the the public health and the Commonwealth for contacting and things like that, that in the midst of everything we have not done.
Did they also, those improvements in communication, were they only in respect of dealing with external agencies, or were there also improvements in communication with families?
There was some improvements in communication with families was done by our organisation as well. They had the list of people and they would allocate them to people who are working remotely and to give them a phone call every day, and they would take information from the iCare notes to do that. That was reassuring for some people, but for other people, they didn't find that communication very helpful because they were really only reading what was in the progress notes and hadn't actually seen or communicated with the resident. After that, they organised the team of people, RNs, to come in and become the communication centre in the home.
Do you remember, and I know this is difficult, putting a particular date to you, but do you remember 16 April? So that's just for context, that's 5 days after the outbreak commenced. 16 April being a particularly bad day in terms of staff shortages.
I don't recollect, I'm sorry.
Do you know a nurse, or did you know a nurse called Uditha Abayaratne?
No.
Do you recall a situation at that time when there was only one registered nurse and one care staff on site to look after all the COVID positive residents?
I don't recollect.
But that doesn't surprise you in light of the evidence?
It doesn't surprise me, but I'm unaware of it.
Mm. And again, I'll put another date to you, accepting that it's obviously some time has passed now since the incident, the outbreak. But on the 20th of April, so 9 days after the outbreak started, and just for context, where the case numbers of COVID positive cases had increased to 28, and there had been some fatalities by that stage. Do you remember that as being a particularly acute time?
It was a very, very challenging time.
Was there a problem that you weren't always receiving information from the health authorities?
Well,
just let me finish, sorry. That staff had been contacted and were told they were close contacts and not to attend work.
That's exactly what was happening. So we would not be aware that they weren't coming to work, and they just wouldn't be there. And the close contact definition was changing, and everyone was having their little moment to discuss it. And it started out with 15 minutes in one hit, and then it turned into 15 minutes across an 8-hour period. And then you had staff ringing them and going and having swabs because they weren't sure, and being told not to come to work. So we were having less and less and less people.
Right. And in these instances where staff were directed not to come to work and you weren't told about that in advance, did that leave you scrambling, as it were, to fill the gap.
Yeah, when you would come on and you were expecting to see people and there just wasn't anyone.
There's also been evidence in this inquest that soon after the Baptist Care people came on site, which was 24 April, a decision was made to stop using the iCare notes record system. You refer to that specifically in your statement. Was the reason for that a number of the agency staff that were on site who hadn't worked at Newmarch before didn't know how to use the system?
I think that might have been a small consideration because agency staff have always worked at Newmarch and it's a fairly simple log on, pretty simple thing to work through. It was mostly, as I said previously, that the nurses' stations that had the computers sitting in them were too close to each other and they were concerned that staff were infecting each other.
I see. That decision then, on your account, created further challenges in terms of providing continuity of treatment to patients, is that right?
Yes.
Because reliance was being placed on records.
It created, you fixed one thing and it created another problem, and that did create another problem, which I don't know that the Baptist team fully understood at the time, because also that meant that the medication system had to change and paper-based signage sheets have to come up. And they're not the actual medication chart, they're a signage sheet. So huge amounts of that will having to come up, and that makes that more labour intensive as well.
And how was it that medical practitioners who were involved in treating patients at Newmarch, so whether on the VAX team or as part of the hospital in the home response, how was it that they were being informed?
They would only then be able to be informed by the rounds that were being done in the morning through the VAX team and by phone.
Right.
And they could get the medication charts scanned and sent over, and that sort of cut that communication with the hospital.
Clearly then, in that context, you had to do what you could to re-enliven that line of communication.
Yeah.
Can I take it that there were times when you weren't always able to effectively do that?
That is accurate.
You gave some evidence before about your understanding of hospital in the home. I think the way you described it was not that residents who admitted would receive hospital level care at Newmarch, but rather that they would receive a form of comfort care at Newmarch.
With the assistance of the hospital.
With the assistance of the hospital. One thing that you say in your statement is that it was your understanding that the positive residents consented to being admitted under the hospital in the home program. What was the basis of that understanding?
My understanding was that our advanced care planning form, for want of a better word, because it wasn't a legal document, that my care manager had told me that it wasn't going to be accepted by Nepean Hospital as an advanced care plan, and that they wanted to do their own conversation with the families to gain the consent for hospital in the home.
I see. Now, who told you that your advanced care plans wouldn't be accepted by the hospital?
My care manager.
Who's that?
Leanne Hinton. She had conversations with the hospital, and she told me that despite the fact that we had been asked to make sure that ours were all as updated as possible, that there would be, and they wanted to do it themselves.
I might just so that we make sure that we're speaking about the same type of document, I might ask that volume 1, tab 8, is put up on the screen. This is just an example of a document called an Advanced Care Plan with an Anglicare logo on it.
Yes?
Is that the type of document that you're referring to when you speak about your advanced care plans?
Any time that pre-COVID, if we sent a resident over to hospital for something that we felt was a reversible, and that's why they were going over, we would send a copy of our advanced care plan, and even then we were told directly by the hospital that is a form. It is not it's not considered to be okay at the hospital, and they did their own conversations.
And this was relayed to you by Leanne Hinton?
No, this is just pre-COVID. This is a normal conversation that we would have with Nepean Hospital.
But this document that you had,
That
you were using at the home.
It's a form, not a legal document, and that they would do their own conversations in regards to advanced care planning in the hospital. So that was a normal, everyday occurrence.
So if that was the case, what was the purpose of asking residents at Newmarch, when they're admitted, to fill out a document like this?
Because people don't always go to hospital. This document is part of a conversation. It is not a form. Sometimes you don't get it done because it takes a family a long time to feel ready to complete one of these documents. Also, it gives you an understanding of what the family and the resident want, but it's an understanding only. So if the resident becomes unwell or something changes, it is only a guide, and you ring and you have further conversations. So it's just almost like a guide that sits there that lets you know.
Your assumption was that Nepean Hospital, the personnel there, were engaging directly with either residents,
yes,
or the families of residents,
yes,
to take them through their own consent process.
The consent process about what it would mean to be booked into their hospital in the home program.
Were you aware of any example where either a resident or their family, on their behalf, indicated or declined to give that consent?
Not aware of, no.
Right. But you weren't routinely or systematically going through with the residents to check on what their position was. You left it to the Nepean authorities to carry out that process.
Well, we do the advanced care planning all the time as part of the residents' normal care. My care manager had been asked by our organisation, I think, and the VAX team to work on getting them updated in preparation for any possible outbreaks. But the reality still was that their team was going to be asking for their own consent and having a conversation with the families.
Can I change tack now and ask you about another aspect of the treatment of residents in the home, and that was the remotely conducted rounds that were being held. Paragraph 42, for example, you speak about Dr. Sharma or Hayley Carpin, nurse practitioner from VAX, conducting rounds remotely of the positive residents every day with an on-site RN holding a laptop so they could assess the residents.
Yes.
Now, were you present when that process occurred?
I saw it. I didn't conduct a round, but I did see it happening.
All right. You had an opportunity to observe it.
I observed
occurring.
it happening. Yes.
Are you able to sort of estimate how long each of those consultations would take?
Oh,
Time?
not each one, no, but it was quite a long process because the person doing the rounds was having to don and doff each time.
Yes.
And so it was a lengthy process.
So there had to be that whole PPE
Yes.
donning, doffing process undertaken before
Yes.
and after each one of these
Yes,
consultations.
and in the middle of a very busy area, yeah.
Right. Did you form a view about the efficacy of these types of consultations?
Well, I do have a view, but it's a personal view. My view is that
In that case, I object to it.
oh,
Well, perhaps the answer can be given and then
The problem with the question is, I think there's some limited exposure of the witness to sitting in on however many of these she sat in on, and then it suggests she gives a personal opinion.
in my submission, she's an experienced nurse and she was directly observing the process. She's at least in a position to be able to describe what she saw and if there were issues to identify those. It'll be understood that it's from her perspective.
Yes.
And submissions can be made about the weight that will be given to that evidence.
If that question's asked, that's a different question to the efficacy.
All right, well, let me rephrase the question.
All right.
Can you just describe your perception of these consultations, please?
I think that they were effective consultations, but they created a certain amount of further pressure in the home, because you had to get your RNs to run around and have all of the observations and everything for all of these people all done ahead of time, and they wanted to start at a certain time, and it just created stress and pressure. And I think that they were fine as long as they were part of also active personal visits by nurse practitioners or doctors to actually see the resident, because I think that nothing beats being actually seen, if that makes sense.
Yes. And were there...
Dr. James would come in.
Yes.
And he would see the resident, and he would and then he would ring the family. It just, in an ideal world, would be a preference.
How often, let's confine your attention to the first phase of the outbreak, let's say the first 10 days, that period. Are you able to estimate how frequently individual residents would receive consultations of this kind, remote consultations?
Honestly, I can't recollect, I'm sorry.
Do you think the residents received one at least one a day or not?
Maybe every other day. I don't know that it was one a day.
You spoke a moment ago about the pressure that it put on the system.
Yes.
For you to be able to mobilise your staff to facilitate these rounds to occur.
There's a pressure of so much remote workers. Yeah, people wanting to help you remotely was an added pressure in the experience.
Were there times when that took away from the ability of the facility to provide in-person visits to residents?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
Well, if nurses had demands placed on their time...
Taking a long time doing the round.
Yes.
Yes, so that does take away a person for a lengthy period of time.
Right. In the event that a resident's health deteriorated And obviously that's something that happened numerous times throughout this ordeal. What was your understanding about who you would escalate that situation to in terms of treatment?
That
Who would you go to?
would be the VAX team. That was my understanding.
Right. And who would the point of contact be?
Anita Sharman or Hayley, and honestly also their GP. It's still a normal practice. They still had a GP.
Were there any instructions given? You've given evidence about agency staff coming on board, not having strong familiarity or even any familiarity with Newmarch House and its procedures. Was there some sort of direction given to them when they started working about who to turn to in the event that a resident started to deteriorate?
I haven't given that direction myself, so I can't actually say yes or no, but that direction would have come from the Anglicare clinical nurse consultant that was there, as well as Leanne Hinton, the care manager, when she was there.
Do you recall a doctor being present named Dr. Kakat?
Yes, I know Dr. Kakat.
All right.
Yes.
In the time that you were at Newmarch during the outbreak, how frequently was he in attendance at Newmarch?
I saw him a few times each week. I can't say whether he was here more than that or not, but I did see him.
That's your estimate, a few times per week. You're working each day.
Yes. But he had to, my recollection is he also had to update all of the medication charts for pretty much the entire home because they were about to expire as well.
Right.
Because not only do you have the COVID positive residents, but you have the other residents that require care too.
Did you see Dr. Kakat performing in-person consultations with residents?
I did not see that, no.
Did you see him near the foyer area of near the main entrance?
Yes, meeting room. Yes.
Meeting room, doing work there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to change topic now and ask you about a particular resident. Do you remember a Barry Jahan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall speaking with his daughter about the possibility of taking Barry home? Do you remember a conversation to that effect?
I've had a few conversations with families over that, so I don't recall that exact one, no.
All right. Can I just ask that this particular document be shown? It's already up. There we are. It's volume 8, tab 11A at page 77. And if you just look down at the second row, it says there, Melinda Burns, manager, and so it looks like you've entered this particular record, if that's correct. 22 April 2020, phone call to daughter. She would like the BSL, would that likely refer to blood sugar level, and the advanced care plan scanned and emailed. This will occur as soon as possible. That's the first part. Then it says this. She asked, perhaps should say me, there's an E but without the M, about what I thought about them taking him home. I said it was not advisable as he could potentially have the virus and they could get unwell. Now, just in terms of context, Mr. Jahan did test positive the following day on the 23rd of April. All right. But any recollection of that conversation at all?
No, I don't.
Do you know, just in terms of what your understanding was of the rules that were in place at that time, in your mind, did you think it was a possibility that residents who hadn't tested positive could go home with loved ones?
Initially, we were told, and I don't recall where that direction came from. It could have been public health, it could have been Anglicare, I don't remember. But originally, it was a definite no. And then it became one that if they wanted to, they could try to work something out with the hospital, and they would have to stay in isolation for a few weeks before they would be able to go home.
Right.
It changed. The rules were changing, and I don't know. But at that point, if I have said that to that daughter, then that is the understanding I had at the time.
Yeah.
And when it came to any conversations like that, I would usually have checked with my boss as well.
Do you recall who it was that told you about that changed position that you've just described?
That it became more flexible?
Yes.
No, I don't. I think as the outbreak went on and the concern from families was becoming higher, and the fear of the build-up of what was happening in the home happened, there was just a review of what could or could not happen.
Okay. I'll ask you about one other particular resident and this type of communication with family, slightly different. Do you remember a Ms. Sullivan?
Yes.
And do you remember that she had a husband by the name of Lloyd Sullivan, who was quite devoted to her?
Yes, very devoted.
You can accept that he's given evidence at an early part of this inquest. He recalls having a conversation with you where he asked if he could move in with Margaret to keep her company and safe during the lockdown period. And you indicated that that was not possible at that stage in the pandemic.
That's right.
Which I take it would have reflected your understanding of what was and wasn't permissible at the time. At which point he said he remembers what you're currently doing won't work. Just asking a few questions isn't doing enough. By allowing one family member to daily attend and care for their loved ones will make their life so much easier and ensure they are looked after as expected. Your staff will not be able to do this without all the help families currently provide. Do you remember a conversation along those lines occurring?
I remember that conversation.
Yeah. And was there any thought triggered by that particular conversation about the way in which families could be utilised to assist with the care burden?
It was probably the most traumatic phone conversations and one-on-one conversations that we had with families. There's nothing more horrible than telling people that they can't come and see someone that they love. And but we would talk to our senior people within the organisation, and we would answer given on what information we were told to pass on. It wasn't a local decision that could be made.
Do you remember following this up with a conversation?
I always let my
someone?
boss, David Goodhue, know that somebody wanted to come in or didn't want this or wanted an exemption for all of that. I know he was very angry, and
that's Mr. Sullivan you're referring to there? Yes.
He was very, very, very upset.
Right. And what was the feedback that you received from your superior?
That he could not do that.
Right. Was that prohibition ever reconsidered again after this conversation?
Not that I'm aware of, but I had left.
You'd left by May?
Yeah, mid-May.
But in the time that you were there?
The time I was there, it didn't come up again. No, it didn't. He was given more, I think, more window visits and things like that to try to help him with the grief he was feeling.
At the end of your statement, there's a section called Lessons Learned. This is where you provide your own reflection on some of the key insights that you have about how things could have been improved, right?
Yes.
The first lesson learned, paragraph 44, concerns having inadequate staff to answer phones and communicate with families.
Yes.
And you refer specifically to improvements following the introduction of the Dorothy Henderson Lodge team from Baptist Care
Yes.
on that
Very
front.
helpful.
And in particular, setting up a centralised telephone line called the bat
The
phone.
bat phone, yeah.
Right, was a big step forward in that respect.
Yes, it was.
The next improvement at paragraph 45 is that you indicate there should have been a crisis manager
Yes.
sitting at reception who had a control of a moving action plan, which should have already been a template in the outbreak management plan that I took you to earlier, right?
Yes.
Which contained information about who was responsible for what tasks, what the latest directions were from various agencies, what information needed to be communicated to whom and when.
Yes, I found that with the busyness of everything, and we would be talking to external people within Anglicare, within public health and everything, that everyone was doing certain things, but we were really a little bit unclear as to who was doing what at the time. If that plan had been made and was being added to so that I could quickly look and see where we were at with everything, it would have been very helpful.
Can I suggest to you that what you're focusing on in this particular part of your statement is the need for crisis leadership?
Yes.
You remember that there was a nurse called Tracy Burling, who was part of the Baptist
Yes, I do.
Care contingent who came on board? They were asked to identify from their perspective challenges that Newmarch House faced. And one thing that she said, this is her statement, which is in volume 25, and at tab 2, specifically paragraph 23.3. She said, after the meeting, I had a briefing with facility manager Melinda Burns. Melinda was unable to tell me how many residents within the home had tested positive to COVID-19, who was infected and where they were located within the building. It was apparent from speaking with her that she was also overwhelmed.
Yes.
It was not clear to me who Melinda reported to or whether she was receiving the necessary direct and effective support from a crisis management team or senior executives.
That is true.
Did you feel supported by the senior executives of Anglicare?
No.
What Ms. Burling, she goes into some detail about this, and what she says at a later point in the statement, paragraph 36.1, my sense of the biggest change that could be made to the way Anglicare operated during the outbreak at Newmarch is to ensure that there is strong, effective and visible management and leadership at the facility with strong organisational support from senior executives who must become directly involved in the day-to-day decision-making and management of the outbreak. Is that...
That is very true. That is what would have made a world of difference.
The last lesson learned that you refer to at paragraph 46 is that there was no specialised infection control lead working at Anglicare.
No.
Steps were taken by Anglicare to get an experienced RN in to do some of that training, as well as a team from Nepean Health Nepean Hospital and New South Wales Health, you say, but they often gave you contradictory
It was
advice.
very contradictory
Can
information.
you give me an example of contradictory advice now?
Well, the advice would be even down to how many setups to have outside of rooms. You would go through and do all of the setups outside the rooms according to one expert, and the next expert would come in and say, well, that's too cluttered, get rid of those. And so there was a lot of time with just different, that's just one example of what that was like.
And is what you're suggesting here there was some forewarning that COVID was coming, right?
Yes.
I mean, it was in Australia by January. The outbreak doesn't start at Newmarch House till mid-April. Steps had been taken to try and prepare for a COVID outbreak. To some extent, you referred to the outbreak management plan as something you worked on. Is what you're suggesting here that it would have been very helpful for Anglicare to engage as someone with specialised infection control skills at an early stage and put them in a leadership position where they gave clear directions
An infection control consultant for the organisation. They used to have an infection control position years ago, and then it ceased to be.
And do you have any idea why it wasn't, that position wasn't refilled?
I don't know.
When COVID was breaking out?
I have no idea.
But you would have looked to such a person for leadership.
Absolutely. That's what I did.
Clear direction about infection control measures.
Marilyn Seaman used to be the person for, was ARV then, and we were always on the phone getting advice and help from her. So it was always a very helpful position.
Did Dr. Branley provide guidance in this respect?
Yes, he did. He was amazing, supportive and calming influence in the home.
When did that guidance start to come through in terms of the chronology?
He pretty much turned up on the steps on the first day.
Right. But in terms of, given that you've put this in a section of your statement called lessons learned, are you saying that it would have provided greater assistance if there had been preparation?
Yes.
Rather than waiting for the outbreak to start and reacting.
We were learning as we stumbled.
Right. And Dr. Branley, you felt provided assistance in that respect?
Yes, he did help, but it was already a roller coaster at that time.
By the way, how often did you see Dr. Branley in attendance at Newmarch House?
Most days.
In what period?
Right from the beginning.
Right from the beginning. And Dr. Sharma?
I didn't see her, no. Can I have one more lesson?
You can, yes, you certainly have the opportunity to say something further.
One more lesson would be if there was going to be a hospital in the home system that has been brought into the home, and the home suffers with that many people as a contact, that it could be something to be considered for a future, that a team of nurses from the Nepean Hospital, maybe even a COVID ward, could have actually come over and worked in the home, and that would have probably also improved management in the home.
Were you present when the St Vincent Hospital?
Yes, I did see them, and that was so reassuring, and they were amazing.
Because they'd worked in COVID wards before, as I understand it. They were experienced nurses. Yes. Did you feel the difference of having them on site?
Absolutely. There was just a skill level and a confidence that the home really did need.
The last thing you say in your statement is that paragraph 47, the outbreak was the most challenging experience of your career, and the grief felt by the families and residents will stay with you forever.
And it does, unfortunately.
Thank you. They're my questions.
Thank you. Ms Burns, I'm just going to check whether there are any other questions for you from the other lawyers. Ms Clark, do you have any questions for Ms Burns?
No, Your Honour, no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Palfrey, any questions?
No questions, thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Furness, do you have any questions for Ms. Burns?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
Mr. Fordham, any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
And Ms. Richardson, do you have any questions for Ms. Burns?
No, Your Honour.
Thank you. Well, Ms. Burns, there are no more questions, so that means we've come to the end of your evidence. Thank you very much for attending today. You're welcome to leave your seat there in the witness box.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honour, that leaves us with returning to the evidence of Dr. Sharma.
Yes, certainly.
Dr. Sharma, just turning your mind back, before lunchtime I took you to the model of care, which was outlined in Annexure A of your statement under the Virtual Age Service Setup Plan. And I was asking you questions in relation to whether the model of care was not for transfer and whether it was consistent or inconsistent with an entry by a Dr. Damaratan at Newmarch House. Do you recall that? I think where your evidence landed before lunch was that the model of care was individual care and transfer was dependent in part on the advanced care plan of a patient or resident. Have I understood your evidence correctly from before lunch?
Yes.
Yes. Doctor, I'd like to take you to the entry I took you to before lunch from the general practitioner was dated the 24th of April. I'd like to just take you to the notes from a teleconference on the 23rd of April, namely the day before, and that's at volume 22, tab 21, page 7. Doctor, I think you have it in front of you at the moment on the screen. A document titled Notes and Outcome from Teleconference with GPs Associated with Newmarch House Residential Aged Care Facility, 23 April at 6 p.m. Do you see there that the participants of that teleconference, you're listed there? And likewise, Dr. Manaj Damaratnam is also listed. Can I ask you have you seen this? Were you sent the notes from the meeting, from the teleconference? Do you recall whether that was the usual practice that you'd be sent the notes?
Yes, but I don't have these notes with me. I didn't have these notes with me before, but I recall attending the meeting.
Can I take you to the second page? It's page 8 at the bottom of the right hand. It's page following. And you see paragraph 4 on that page is titled Role of VACs and How They Can Support GPs. Do you have that point on the page, Doctor?
Yes.
And just so that we've got context, this is a meeting that occurs on the 24th of April, the outbreak having commenced on the 11th of April. The third dot point, if you could it's a discussion with yourself at the meeting. Do you accept that from that note?
Can I look at the first page, please?
If we could just go back a page.
Yes. So it is documented 23rd of April.
Yes.
This is after the outbreak.
Yes, the outbreak commenced on the 11th of April. And the 23rd of April, you see under page 1 discussion notes, the situation at Newmarch at that point in time was that there were 29 residents and 15 staff who were COVID positive, and 4 deaths had occurred. Do you see that? Discussion notes, bolded heading, point 2, first dot point.
Yes.
If you go over the page to point 4, the role of VAX, and it states there that Dr. Sharma, VAX background provided with weekly meetings discussing PPE, for example. VAX role to provide specialist care to the residents in aged care. That VAX team include geriatrician, nurse practitioner and advanced trainee. And the first port of call is the GP. If can't contact, single point of contact is via the doctor. Do you have that point on the page, Dr. Sharma?
Yes.
What's recorded under the third dot point is Kate queried hospital transfer process and our GPs to liaise with VAX initially before calling ambulance, question mark. And what's recorded there is that Dr. Sharma advised, spoken to almost all residents, and they do not want to be transferred to hospital. Just stopping there, is that your recollection of what you relayed the teleconference on that evening of the 23rd?
Yes.
Yes. It then goes on, medications are written just in case, so the resident is provided with what they need. Clinical risk assessments are conducted as most patients with COVID have underlying chronic conditions. Just stopping at that point in the sentence, the clinical risk assessments are conducted. Could I firstly ask you to accept that what does a clinical risk assessment, is that something that you say that VAX was performing on these residents or patients, COVID positive patients?
Whether to go to the hospital or not, yes.
And when you say if you go to the hospital note, do you say that what's reflected in an AP and progress notes reflects a clinical risk assessment?
I think what the doctor said was or not note.
Sorry, I didn't hear your answer. If you could give your answer again.
Repeat the question, sorry.
The clinical risk assessments.
Yes.
Do you say that VAX was performing or completing a clinical risk assessment?
When we were doing our telehealth?
Yes.
We were seeing the patients, not doing clinical risk assessment. We were clinically assessing the patient.
So just in reference to what is recorded there, clinical risk assessments are conducted.
Can you go back? I don't, these statements are taken and I haven't corrected it. So I don't know what I meant at that time.
Do you say that VAX was or was not conducting a clinical risk assessment of residents, COVID positive patients, as at 23 April 2020, namely 13 days into the outbreak?
I can't answer your question, sorry. What we were doing was seeing the patient, assessing them. That wasn't the clinical risk assessment.
Is there anything additional that you would incorporate into a clinical risk assessment other than seeing the patient and assessing them?
So what I was also doing was doing clinical risk assessment for patients who were COVID negative who wanted to go home. So I was doing that, and I can't recall making that statement, but it is there.
Yes, if you read the balance of the sentence, Clinical risk assessments are conducted as most patients with COVID have underlying chronic conditions. That suggests, doesn't it, that the clinical risk assessments was being conducted on the COVID positive, and this wasn't a discussion about the COVID negative. Do you accept that from what's recorded?
It may be true. It may be true, but like I said, I just don't know why I had made that statement.
And then the balance of the sentence goes on to say, nothing more can be done in hospital than the nursing home can't do. Do you believe that that's something that you said in the teleconference on the 23rd of April?
I don't remember.
Is that a belief that you held during the Newmarch outbreak?
It's difficult to say yes or no. It's not exactly saying that. It all depends on, like I say, case by case. It's a generalized statement here, stating that nothing more can be done in hospital that the nursing home can't do.
But if we are speaking, if you say that VAX was delivering individualised care,
yes,
was there any basis to give a general statement as to nothing more can be done in hospital that the nursing home can't do?
I can't comment on that, sorry.
So coming back to the earlier part where it records, Dr. Sharma advised, spoken to almost all residents, and they do not want to be transferred to hospital. Firstly, Dr. Sharma, can I ask if you had a conversation with a resident or a family member in relation to their wishes as to transfer, would you record that conversation?
We would, but what we recorded was we spoke to the, so it's the resident or the family, the advanced care planning, and we would record whether they want the wishes of the family and the resident, whether they wanted to be transferred to the hospital, or they had the advanced care directive for not for resuscitation, intubation, and ventilation. I also would offer them what is available in the hospital, because at that point of time, there was no cure or treatment for COVID-19. The only treatment was supportive care, and in the nursing home, we were providing the clinical care, supportive care, the supportive treatment. That is, if they had fever, we gave them Panadol. If they have, if their oxygen saturation fell in 94%, we gave them oxygen, low saturation, low flow oxygen. These were the things that we can offer in the nursing home. However, the things that were offered in the hospital was high flow oxygen that could not be offered in the nursing home, and also intubation and ventilation. So when we spoke to the patient, we would ask the patient and the family the wishes of the resident and the family, whether they were happy for us to transfer, if the patient's condition got worse, should we be transferring them to the hospital? My overall impression was majority of the family did not want their loved ones to go to the hospital. They were happy with the clinical care in the nursing home, with what I have outlined.
So have I understood your answer firstly to the question, if you had a discussion with a family member, would you did record it?
in the clinical records?
I suppose so.
Sorry, just trying to understand that response. I suppose so. Does
I
that
think
mean?
I did
Yes.
record because there were quite a lot, so I did record.
And just in terms of your entries in the clinical records, do you agree, firstly, with the teleconferencing coming into operation on the 24th of April, namely 13 days into the outbreak? And not earlier? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And do you agree that there were 2 video conferences with 2 different residents on the 24th, and then the next video conferencing consultations that took place, in which you were involved, occurred on the following Tuesday on the 28th of April? Do you agree with that? I understand you've had an opportunity to look at the P in progress notes.
Yes, I suppose they were also on 27. There were a few residents that I saw on 27, and then it was 28.
So prior to the 24th, where the first video conference takes place with 2 different residents, do you recall having any direct involvement in the assessment of a COVID positive resident at Newmarch House? Or was your involvement in a supervisory capacity, namely supervising Dr. Kakat and supervising nurse practitioner Hayley Carpin?
Yeah, it was more in a supervisory position. So in the first week, we were unable to communicate because the regular staff that was at the nursing home had COVID positive, or most of them were furloughed. So new staff were coming in to the residential aged care facility. So there was a lot of communication problems. In addition to that, we had infection control issue where we realized that we couldn't take the laptop from one room to another. So we then spoke to infection control. We spoke to ACI to see were there any solutions for that. In the end, locally, we worked out with a solution by providing, using the plastic click-clack bag and disposable bags, which we bought and sent to the nursing home in order to do the telehealth.
So, and that came into play on the 24th of April?
Yes.
So turning back to the statement you made to the teleconference on the 23rd of April, that you advise that you've spoken to almost all residents and they do not want to be transferred to hospital. Are you certain that that was the case, Dr. Sharma, that you spoke to almost all residents, and presumably that's COVID positive residents, and as at the 23rd of April, there were at that point in time 30 residents who were COVID positive? Do you believe that's a correct statement there in relation to the conversations you had with residents and their wishes with respect to transfer?
So when I said we had most of the conversations, it would not be only me. So Faisal was involved in the conversations in advanced care planning. The GPs also did some advanced care directive, and we had discussed that with me. It was in the supervisor's role I was making that statement.
What we have from the documents, Dr. Sharma, is that in relation to the 19 residents who passed away from COVID, 3 of those residents, namely Margaret Brocklehurst, Shirley Yates and Victor Stone, in fact had no advanced care plan on record or documentation in relation to their wishes. Was that ever brought to your attention with respect to those 3 residents?
Can you say the names again, please?
Margaret Brocklehurst, Shirley Yates and Victor Stone.
It's Shirley Yates. Margaret Brocklehurst.
Margaret Brocklehurst, and Victor Stone.
So Margaret Brocklehurst, advanced care directive was done by Manoj, Dr. Manoj, the GP.
And where do you have that information from?
Dr. Manoj informed me about that because we were doing it with the GPs as well. So the GP involved were doing the advanced care plan and they would notify us that it was done.
So just in relation to Margaret Brocklehurst, her next of kin indicates that there was no discussion ever had in relation to an advanced care plan or an advanced care directive.
So I'm just taking the information that was given to me by the GP.
And can I ask, what are you reading from?
I'm reading from the notes I had from the power chart that I did from the hospital. I would have written that the GP had done the advanced care directive.
Are these notes that you say you were written at the time, or you've subsequently gone back to review?
Do you have the notes from the Nepean Hospital?
We do have the progress notes.
Yes. I took the record from there.
So this is you looking back and analysing the notes?
Yes, and it was in the notes that said.
So you say in relation to Margaret Brocklehurst, you're relying on what the GP had informed you?
Yes.
In relation to Shirley Yates, were you given any information?
Shirley Yates, just recalling, she was admitted to hospital, she was transferred.
Yes, and she had a not for no CPR document, but not an advanced care plan or an advanced care directive.
I may not have documented it, but I had conversations with the family prior to her sending her to the hospital. And I believe, I'll just check my notes what I wrote, Mary Yates. So what I've said here, advanced care directive for Shirley Yates was done by Faisal on the 22nd of the 4th.
I couldn't hear you, sorry.
Sorry. The advanced care directive for Shirley Yates was done on the 22nd of the 4th by Dr. Faisal Kaket. Shirley Yates, I remember very well, and I had multiple conversations with the family because despite them having advanced care directive and willing to stay in the nursing home as she was being there for respite, I had to send her to the hospital because she had a fall and had fractured her. A clinical diagnosis of fractured ribs was made. She was desaturating, and we sent her to hospital for further management.
Doctor, we don't have any record of an advanced care plan for Shirley Yates. Did you say that you were sent some advanced care plan in relation to her from Dr. Kakat?
It should be in, that's where I got it from the notes, because I reviewed the notes, the clinical notes from power chart from the PN hospital from Shirley Yates.
And what do you say that Dr. Kakat informed you in relation to Shirley Yates? I've
gone back and looked at the notes. The notes on the 24th of the 4th, 22nd of April, it was, I must have read that the advanced care directive was done by Faisal Kakat.
But have you seen the advanced care directive done by Kakat?
So it was documented in the notes, and I don't, do you have the clinical notes of her, of Shirley Yates?
We have both, and I'm just drawing that up because it's not, if you give me a moment. We have a note in relation to a planning. Dr. Kakat, Vax Doctor and Dr. Sharma at Nepean Hospital have had a discussion. Is that the note you're referring to? With Shirley Yates?
Was it on the 22nd?
Yes, it was. Yes, it was, Dr. Sharma. That's your reference to the conversation?
Can I see this?
Volume 9, tab 7, page 43.
I think that's a reference to that. There's two notes. There's an Anglican note and a. It might be the same document.
I can't read these. Shirley Yates from the Nepean Hospital. This is my tape. It was on power chart notes. This is the nursing home notes. No, I'm not referring to these notes, no. We had documented notes in our Nepean Hospital power chart, which is not there.
I'll come back to it noting the time and I'll look that up, Dr. Sharma, overnight. Can I take you to, there were 4 other patients who ticked a box, namely, I do want to be transferred to hospital if medically indicated. And they were Barry G and Anne Fay, Blanche Billinghurst and Margaret Sullivan. Do any of those names ring a bell in terms of whether you had a conversation with any of those residents or the next of kin, turning your mind back to the statement made at the video conference on the 23rd of April with the GPs? Barry Gehan, Anne Fay, Blanche Billinghurst or Margaret Sullivan?
So Blanche Billinghurst. So with Blanche Billinghurst, as I recall, the advanced care directive was discussed with the family, but not confirmed. They wanted time to think. So yes, I do know that it wasn't done with Blanche Billinghurst. So what happened? Yeah, we haven't done because we discussed it, but the family wanted time to think.
And in those circumstances, what was the system in place as far as VACs were concerned with respect to whether a resident would be transferred or not if they were deteriorating?
So if they didn't have an advanced care directive or plan in place, if they were deteriorating, they would be transferred to the hospital. However, I know what I've written in my notes as a summary point. She was unwell on the 24th of the 4th. And on that night, I don't recall the time, Faisal had discussed, the nursing home called the VACS on-call number because we were on call 24 plus and said that she was deteriorating. So she was short of breath. So Faisal rang the son, and the son had indicated to Faisal that he didn't want his mother to be transferred to the hospital.
But Dr. Kakat, am I correct in the notes you're reading from there is you analysing the Nepean Hospital clinical records in preparation for giving evidence?
These were the notes. It was discussed when Faisal had the conversation, and in the morning meeting, Faisal told us what was happening, and I believe I documented it at that time in the patient's notes.
And is it correct to say that in relation to Blanche Billinghurst and the conversation Dr. Kakat had with the family member Glenn Billinghurst, Dr. Kakat didn't ring you that evening to discuss whether or not Blanche Billinghurst should be transferred or not?
So this incident happened at early hours of the morning, and I believe my time of documentation was morning. He discussed with me in the morning, not at that time.
So he did not seek your advice that evening, is that correct?
Yes.
Or in the middle of the night when the conversation occurred?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
I'd like to, you've got an extra A, do you still have an extra A to your statement in front of you? And turn back to the model of care. It's the virtual aged care service setup plan. It's on the screen now, Dr. Sharma.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of the setup plan and referrals, telehealth consultations and face-to-face home visits,
Yes.
and the triaging system.
Yes.
What was the triaging system in place? There was an expectation there'd be telehealth and face-to-face. We know now there was not telehealth until the 24th of April. What was the triaging system that you introduced to the care of COVID-positive residents at the start of the outbreak, namely the 11th of April?
So this was in general, if a patient was referred to us, so this referral would be made by the nursing staff in the morning. That was with this plan. And once we had the referrals, but either via the single point of contact or we had a fax. If you look, referrals can also be faxed to aged care and rehabilitation centre. We'll look at all the referrals and then we would triage them as to whether we could do telehealth or whether that referral needs face-to-face. We haven't seen the patient, it's just the referrals has come through.
So just focusing your mind between the time 11 April and 24 April, Bax became involved in the outbreak. I think you gave evidence earlier on the 12th of April, you received the phone call. On the 14th of April, you believe that Bax was now looking after these residents. Assume that on the 17th of April, Ms. Carpen and Dr. Kakat were at Newmarch House. And as at the 17th of April, there were 20 residents who were COVID positive. What system did you implement to triage which residents would be seen by a VAX clinician as at the 17th of April?
All COVID positive were being seen by VAX team.
Do you say that all between the 17th and the 24th, before teleconferencing came into operation, that there were face-to-face consultations with all residents?
Though I don't think all the residents were seen, but majority of them were seen by Dr. Kakat and discussed with us. Then we could access the iCare, and Hayley Carpen could access iCare, the notes from Newmarch House, and we could look at the progress notes and look at the ops if it was recorded.
So in terms of your understanding or belief that the majority was seen by Dr. Kakat,
yes.
Why do you hold that? What's that belief based upon?
Based upon our notes and documentation that he saw those patients.
So do you say, Dr. Kakat, if he had, your belief was that if he had seen a patient face-to-face,
yes.
he would make a entry in one of two clinical record systems, either Nepean
yes.
or Newmarch House.
Yes.
And did he ever indicate to you that he would see patients and not make a note as to that face-to-face consultation?
I don't recall what.
Was it his usual practice when that you observed as his supervisor, that when he saw a patient, he would make a record of that?
He may make a record, or if he discussed the case with me, we would make the record, or Hayley Carpen would make the record.
And between the time 17 April and 24 April, what was your understanding as to the number of days that Dr. Kakat was physically present at Newmarch House?
So he was going to Newmarch House on the 17th. He was seeing the patients, the residents. He was also involved in writing the anticipatory medications, and it took them a lot of time. And he also, also was delivering the equipment for Newmarch House from Nepean Hospital, such as intravenous fluids, giving set for intravenous fluids or subcutaneous fluids.
And in terms of the prescribing of the anticipation or the crisis medication, did you give him any instruction as to whether or not that should be prescribed only after a face-to-face consultation or even in the absence of a consultation?
We had a lot of discussions about this, and I had discussed with palliative care consultants earlier on the 16th with regards to anticipatory medications. And I believe I had advised them to write down the anticipatory medication. Now, these were only on whenever needed basis, because if the patients really needed the medication, it was available.
So so just in answer to my question, is it the case that the direction to Dr. Kakat was that could be prescribed in the absence of first seeing the patient?
I believe so.
And can I ask you, Doctor, to go to Annexure B to your statement? It's the Virtual Aged Care Service Rapid Response document. You're familiar, there's a number of pages. If we could just, is the page following examples of referral criteria? Does that flow from the rapid response document? Are they to be read as one document, or are they separate and distinct documents? In your statement, they appear to be annexed as one.
I think they were separate documents.
They are separate documents. So in terms of the rapid response, is it just page 1 in the flow chart?
Yes.
Turning the next page, then how do we read that document? Did this form part of the response, VAC's rapid response to the outbreak?
So I think the exclusion and exclusion criteria, they are, but I'm saying, I don't know where this page came from. In the VEX COVID-19 step-up plan, is that the one we're referring to?
No, Doctor, do you see, if we go back a page, are you familiar with the document in front of you on the screen?
Yes.
Did you create that document?
Yes.
Was this created prior to the outbreak at Newmarch?
was made prior to Newmarch House outbreak.
And this was in preparation in the context of a pandemic and what may arise in terms of care in the community. Is that correct?
Yes.
In an aged care facility?
Yes.
The following pages, I note the time, Dr. Sharma, I just get some clarity. The following pages, are they to be read as part of the same rapid response? Or are they different documents that for some reason have come together in your statement as one annexure?
Yeah, I don't know. It would be one. So the next page to the virtual aged care service diagram, examples of referral, it is not in relationship to this. It's not there. I think it's different things that's coming there.
I might break now, Dr. Sharma. Perhaps if you could have a look at overnight what we have, or what I understand your annexure B to be. And it's a number of pages. It commences with the diagram, the VAX rapid response diagram, and is followed by 6 pages. Perhaps overnight you could have a look at that and see if they are to be read as one document or separate and distinct documents. You're noting the time.
Thank you. Dr. Sharma, we're going to have to pause there and pick up your evidence again tomorrow morning. You're welcome to leave your seat there in the witness box for the time being then. Thank you. All right. We'll adjourn and resume at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.